Right. Oh, that's funny. Wow. What? Yeah, because they should fucking get murdered. Ladies are fucking Hitler. Positions that appeared should last. So funny. Mm, oxymoron. That's effective. Yeah. No, this is it. Yeah, you guys have sleeping that comes twice a week. My question is why the plan is 50. Pick it up. Why is it pick it up? Mm, mm, Hey, booby. What's the matter? What's the matter, mister? Okay. I love you, Jack. You okay, Bo? Mm. Mm. I don't know why I started caring about being home alone. I don't know why I'm being such a little babby about it. Oh, I'm sorry about something. Mm. Dang. Mm. Mm. See. Mm. 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 Shitty. Mm. Mm. Shit. Hey, by the way, if you're someone who says that it hurts you to see me like this, maybe you should probably rethink your own existence. Because of all the times in my life, personally, I am actually not a vicious rage ball of sadness. I'm much happier now that everybody shit on me when I needed them. Let me go. Ooh, my God, I really fucking do everything myself. It's like, it hurts me to see you this way. It's like, what, happy? I think I thought you weren't seeing me because seeing me made you too sad. Seeing me so sad. Well, it turns out it worked out for me. Turns out the only time that I get like that is when I have people making stupid fucking comments. Being like, yeah, it's interesting to see you this way. Honestly, I feel much better. You know, never fucking caring to all you fucking always cater to your comfort levels. You don't like it? Go it. No stopping doing just because you have a feeling about something. Mm. Like, that's so fucked up. Not only does my dog save my life all the time, my dog saves other people from being brutally murdered by me. I need to be there for my dog. We're just gonna cook him every fucking minute. Are you fucking serious? How in actual shit? Oh, what the fuck is that? What is going on? Mm. Wait, why though? Yay. I'm really happy I started live streaming. 4 years. 4 years I've been living in my car. And I have proof. 4 years with proof. I was really happy to see one of my neighbors come out. Like one that doesn't regularly talk to me and him being like, I gotta ask, you've been living in the car in front of your place for like 3.5 years? Why? I was like, actually, I've been there before, but who's counting? Glad he actually noticed. Mm. Mm. Hmm. I guess I wonder if I've never had days where she was like, fuck all to be grateful for today. Everyone's shit today. And I'm like, no, I think about it. So every day, waking up, breathing, that is how I can gift to the day. That's what you get to wake up another morning and go to the water, the water and the sun and watch the sunset. I went to, well, me and went to St. Anne de Bellevue yesterday. It's like a fucking ghost town. Crazy. Try to go to, what do you call it? Bourgeois, my favorite restaurant. They're closed. All the parking there is free on top of that. Who fucking fucked up? Everywhere, they have parking lots for free parking. Let's say 4 hours. Like, obviously, like, for the time it takes, like, go somewhere, eat, go do a little shopping, then fucking leave. Listen, more than enough time. For, like, parking attendant to make sure that it's, like, 4 hours specifically. I'm like, oh, what? So there's like a borough that isn't trying to suck their citizens dry with tickets and calling them criminals. Like, because like I thought my tax money already was supposed to go pay for shit like that. Like, yeah, it does. So you're not crazy if you think that you're getting fucking bent over and railed in the loom, because you are. We all are. Some of us more than others. Don't worry, you'll get there. Like, apparently, I'm a hardcore criminal that doesn't even deserve to have my license, and you guys want to just keep giving me tickets for like parking, and not like I don't park or like I just park where the fuck I want. Like, literally, like years worth of a fucking bad neighbor who was just like, nope, I need a handicap parking for my father who walks. I need 5 company cars for a fucking spa business. Like, and I need to not park them in front of my spa. I need to park them outside the front of my house and not use my driveway. Like, okay. But is there anything I could do about that? Absolutely not. Nothing you can do. At all. Not parking 2 blocks away in the winter and then have to go up 3 flights of stairs. Not. Now they want to take my license and saying that I'm a criminal. And this is why people become criminals. Because honestly, if you're gonna like accuse me of petty crime of any kind, I might as well go out and do real fucking crime. At least I'll get something out of it. Yeah, that's super cool. I'm not even so conscious of doing this anymore. Because I actually have a really good boyfriend who actually doesn't calm me down or doesn't just like say things because he is like jealous or envious or whatever, and he's just saying it because he wants me to also not be, like, I like cried for like 2 hours in the bath yesterday because apparently Lachine has deer flies and fucking horse flies, and I'm pretty upset about it because I was unaware. So, I guess I've been going to Wage a lot. Pretty normal, but I didn't know we had them here. And like overnight, like within like an hour, my legs were just like, while I was sleeping, were covered, covered in fucking deep, deep bites. Like, and they hurt a lot. And I was like, just like that, like, my skin just got better. Well, not with the deer fly bites, obviously, but just because I sacrificed my modeling career to have like a now real life, but I would have rather sacrifice my potential modeling career for having bad skin, I guess. Because I could deal with that. I don't have to be like the prettiest pretty princess. There was a point where I realized my skin was so bad I didn't think it would have gotten that bad, but I don't know. It's mine. I'm still happy I did it. Do it. But it doesn't affect my skin like it used to. This is solely because of fucking stupid fucking bugs biting me. I'm so fucking fed up of being out here. Like, not that I was like stoked to live outside in the first place, but still, like, we really don't want to do it anymore. My family is apparently just like too selfish and actually like can't deal with confrontation that much that they would rather see me continue to be homeless than to help me, or not even help me, but offer me to live in my grandma's house. And they immediately see me turning it into a crack den. And I'm like, I didn't even get to do fun drugs. I was 8 and I was working at a truck stop. I was 12 and I was living in my own house. So fucking weird. Alone, completely alone in my house at 12. I had one party. It was very, very controlled, and I had a terrible time because I was yelling at everybody. Or I was trying to find Melissa. And I was yelling at Katie. Started to put ecstasy on my table. Started to take like candy. I was like, "You're an asshole." I kept the house immaculate. Just like my grandparents would have. That still didn't give me any kind of fucking credibility. And I am still talking as if I am a toddler. I just like, I wish I could understand why. I even would have moved in and taken care of my grandfather. You know what? I got to spend years watching my mom do it with her parents. Yep. I know it's harder to do when you're actually physically doing it yourself. Easier to watch than you do it, obviously. But one, it would be free. Ooh. Restore. Huh? Hmm. Oh, Dr. Ramani. Honestly, this is like with therapy. Talking to nobody on the internet, which is fine. Basically, talking to therapist. And then I get Dr. Romney, who's fucking the best therapist I've ever heard speak. Hands down. Like, hands down. She is the best therapist that I've ever heard. And I've been to a lot of different therapies. No free therapy is good therapy. I cannot emphasize this enough. And I just like, no free therapy is good therapy. I promise you, you will walk out slightly more fucked up than you walked in.
To the video description, hit that link. You'll either get on the email list or be able to register. Really look forward to sharing this program with you. So before we go on any more about all this other stuff, let's talk about minimization. I'm not going to minimize it. Like I said, I don't think minimization gets enough attention, and I think it's such a damaging dynamic in narcissism. I think we minimize minimization when we think and we talk about narcissism and narcissistic abuse. We all know that minimization is part of the classical
goal is to
patterns
hurt
of what
anybody's
happens in a
feelings.
narcissistic
But
relationship.
someone's
But I
feelings
am
are
actually
already
going right now, why I'm not
are
in my
really
usual place,
hurt.
through a bit of a family narcissistic thing right now that has gotten pretty bad. And it's dovetailed with what I'm seeing my clients experience. So I wanted to talk about this. So the question is, how does minimization show up in narcissistic relationships? How does it get in the way of healing? And why is it so common in the narcissistic space? Minimization
Well,
is
avoid
a
the
form
fucking
of
conversation
denial
or
and
avoid
of
any kind of
gaslighting
like
that I've
guilt.
talked about on this channel. The narcissistic person will often minimize your experiences, your distress, your feelings. In fact, it is minimization that often results in the emotional escalation that often happens in encounters in narcissistic relationships.
because I know it's not
For
my
example,
head,
also, when
and
something
I don't.
bad happens to the
This point, I don't give a
narcissistic
shit.
person,
Let's say
the planet has to stop
Spin.
spinning.
I
But when
spent
something
6
happens
years
to
being
be bad
suicidal
happens
without
to the
even
other
knowing
person
it
in the relationship, it's not that big a deal,
because I
right?
knew that I was
Think
being.
about how many narcissistic
I was
arguments
in
that
an
you have been
abusive
involved in,
relationship,
where you were saying, "Hey, wait a minute, when something like this that happened to me
and
happened to you,
I
it was the end of
had
the
people
world,
telling me that
and
maybe
now
I
it's
just
happening
wasn't
to
being a
me,
good enough
and
girlfriend.
you're making it out like it's nothing." How come it was a big deal when it was you?
He
And at those
admitted
times,
it
you may escalate.
before any of my people that I was like, I think I'm in an abusive relationship. It's like, no, is
because
he?
it
No,
challenges your
is
reality.
he beating on you?
You're
I'm like,
actually
well,
going
no,
through
but I don't want
something,
it to get
and
to
it's
that point.
pointed out as being
It's
not
like
that big a
fucking
deal,
name
when
calling
it's
and
actually
fucking
very
telling me I'm a
important
fucking
and very
useless
impactful
idiot.
for
I'm
you.
never gonna be
And
able to do
then,
anything with my life.
when you are
I'm
more
always got
consistent and say,
taken
"Hey,
care of. I'm
hey,
like,
this is a big deal to me," then the narcissistic person will say, "Why are you abusive?
yeah, yep. That's exactly what it ended up being.
Minimization is part of the double standard of all narcissistic
No, the
relationships.
day that we fucking were nose to nose, and I was just like,
have for themselves and the
I
rest
guess
of the
this is
world.
what we're gonna be doing
They get the flu
because I
and it's a
couldn't
health
handle it
emergency.
anymore.
You get the flu and you are being a
I
hypochondriac.
broke my
And as a
fucking knuckle.
result, it is one
Knuckle
of the
still
more
halfway down my
frustrating
hand.
of the patterns of the narcissistic relationship. The narcissistic folks are so
he almost
grandiose
fucking-
and competitive that even their pain
I would just
has to be
actually
more
slept through
and better
Christmas.
than everyone else.
He didn't wake me up. He went to his
The
family's
minimization
Christmas and then did not wake
in the
me up
narcissistic
for me
relationship is a
to
major issue
go to my
around
family Christmas.
why people feel so unsafe and so unheard in these relationships. For healthy
That's
people,
what it came down to.
going
Like I was
through
just like, I'm
something
taking those days,
is
I
how they
guess.
become
I'm not scared,
more
but
empathic. Many
like I also
times,
do
we
not
may
want to
be
get
at
hit.
some risk of minimizing
Because if
we
he had
haven't
hit me,
actually gone through
he
something
probably
another
very
person
well
has.
could have killed
For
me.
example, I'll give you an example.
One
The
hit
person
and I would have been
doesn't have
fucking
children,
on the ground
and
unconscious.
they
For
have
sure,
no
for
idea
sure.
what sleep deprivation is. But then they end up having children, and they may even feel bad that they were not more empathic to the sleep interruption of their friends who had children before them. Now that awareness, that cycle does not play out in narcissistic relationships. Instead, after the narcissistic person goes through something, just when you think you might be
Yeah!
more empathic, get it, that they're actually more likely
But then they
to
will
minimize
double
other people's
down! It's
experiences.
fucking
I'll
nothing
share this. I
there.
recently saw this happen to two
That's
family
fucked up.
members, one of whom had a massive 12-hour life-threatening surgery that will require years of rehabilitation, and the narcissistic family member carrying a rather routine surgery that took them about an hour or two. I think that was even managed outpatient, one night in hospital, 6 weeks of your usual post-operative recovery back to normal. And the
I don't
narcissistic
get
person
that.
kept trying to minimize even how many hours the surgery for the more ill
Honestly,
person
though,
took
like,
in that more severe situation. It was
that's
actually
so
rather
fucking
upsetting to
stupid,
witness
though.
because it was akin to comparing a stubbed toe to a traumatic brain injury. And it was
People do
really
that for
translating
everything now
into a
when they're trying to
minimization
make
of the pain of the person
comparison.
who
I'm like,
has severe illness
those
and the
two things
psychological trauma
are
and
not
the
even in
physical
the
impairment
same
and
realm
rehabilitative
of comparability.
of a person who went through the far, far more massive health crisis. This was invalidating the witness, and it was even dangerous for the person who went through the massive surgery because adequate
follow-up.
allowances were not being made for healing, and the expectations that the person who had the massive surgery were not realistic, like that they'll be able to pop right back to normal. So that means that the narcissistic person might be more likely to get angry at the person with the long recovery period for not just popping back to normal life as they did, the narcissist did after their minor surgery.
Men are fucking
I have
babies.
witnessed this health minimization
When it
dynamic
comes to
happen to
anything
many
sick,
clients
getting
of mine
sick,
who had cancer or other life-threatening
super
diseases,
ridiculous.
complicated pregnancies and deliveries, and narcissistic partners and family members would minimize the experiences of people with those health crises. And frankly, that significantly complicated the healing for those folks, and in some cases, their outcomes. And it left massive psychological scars that another person, even when directly witnessing their physical deterioration, were unwilling to validate and take notice of the suffering that the other person endured. Minimization
For years,
also
Kevin thought I was
results in
faking
other
about how I panic
invalidating
attacks. I'm
and
like, why would I
confusing
fake this?
any difficult human
It's
experience
humiliating.
somebody may have, or grief a broken heart, a massive
There are way
professional
easier ways to get
disappointment,
attention if you
failed
think I'm doing
exam,
this for
a
attention.
loss. All of these experiences, which if they had happened to the narcissistic person would be throwing a tantrum
Eh.
and expect the earth to stop spinning for them. But when it happens to the other person in the narcissistic relationship, they will
When
often
Caleb and
find
I'm not
themselves
happy,
being told,
nobody's
hey,
allowed to be happy.
come on, it's not that big a deal. Come on, people get over this stuff. You're just taking it too seriously. This can
Yeah, but then it
happen
happens
with
again,
narcissistic
again.
parents
In
in particular.
Like,
And people raised by narcissistic
and you're like, I
parents
feel like you should not have to
will
put up
have
this
childhoods
bullshit.
that were characterized by parents
And they're like, well, it's just in the arts.
everything.
Like, fucking not taking that. I don't accept these
Even
answers anymore.
not
That's
even
just how they
having a
are.
gauge for how
Like,
to
okay,
manage
well, we're
this
gonna
kind
change
of
that then,
challenges,
or I'm not gonna be around
even
anymore.
when you go through something real and are having a real reaction to it, and then someone minimizes it,
I
it
just
really
minimizes
does
it,
interrupt the grief and the
makes,
healing process.
insinuates that I'm lying about it.
Minimization is also the enabler's game. I have a theory on this.
Mhm.
I sometimes think the enablers minimize because of their childish need for everything to just be okay, even if that means letting the narcissist off the hook. In fact, typically it means letting the narcissist off the hook. Again, something I am observing very clearly, like in this familial situation I'm witnessing, when a person who's very ill and will require permanent massive life changes, I'm getting a message that like, hey, look how great they're doing. They're just getting better so fast. The people making these observations are often
It's like
people
my
who don't
grandpa.
want to show up and aren't actually directly witnessing the person who has had the massive health problem. They want to weigh in,
That's so
but
bad
they
for
don't want
you.
to deal with the fallout of the bigger and the more disruptive
Oh yeah,
decisions
because
that need
Heather
to
and
be
fucking
made on behalf
Sharon
of the
start
person.
fucking going off.
It's as though having to see the situation realistically would be too painful for them, so they minimize. Minimization by
And you just like
enablers
fucking
is
it's nothing
probably
do
the
better.
central pillar of collective gaslighting. That idea that
So,
when everyone jumps
no, I
on the
can't do anything.
bandwagon, says, "Oh, come on, it's not that bad," effectively shutting down the person or the people who are suffering and struggling in a
My dad might even
narcissistic
took care of fucking
relationship.
me. Like when I was fucking
Because
sick,
if everyone is
like
saying, "Oh, it's not that
mom and
bad,"
dad
and look how
put
great
us
it's
through
going,
it. Like,
the people on the receiving
and
end
no one's
of the
fucking willing to
narcissistic
be there
abuse
and take
may
care of
actually
it.
feel like they're exaggerating. And there's that self gaslighting again. In many ways, I think minimization is a major reason narcissism has become such a big problem in our culture overall.
Oh really?
Journalists, other people with platforms, mental health practitioners, just about everyone tends to minimize the impact of the patterns that we see in narcissism and the fallout on our mental health and family support and human resource and society at large. It tends to be the it can't be that bad, or you're making too much of it, or I'm sure things aren't that bad for you, or this is how relationships are, or just
Oh my god.
minimizing language like, oh, they're just intense or quirky or demanding,
Yeah,
rather
that's
than using
how they
simple
are.
words
Like, no, I do not accept this.
that captures the reality.
I am not
When the
accepting that
damaging
somebody's
impacts
gonna
of
fucking
narcissism
act
on
like this
other
every
people
single
are
time.
minimized by the entire
Not
world,
okay.
you end
Not
up where we
acceptable.
are right now, in a world that is an absolute uncivil, entitled mess. All this minimization takes a toll. People in narcissistic relationships, when they minimize what's happening to them, all of that stuff has to go somewhere. Lots of survivors blame themselves for being too dramatic or making a mountain out of a molehill. But over time, as the narcissistic abuse continues and the person keeps minimizing, we can see anxiety symptoms, health problems, even panic attacks. By denying
Hey!
reality to themselves, I can
And then
promise you
apparently
this, that
even my
reality is
panic
always
attacks,
another way
I'm
to
doing it on purpose. Like, and
Now, not all
it's how I
minimizers
get
are enablers or
attention or get
narcissists.
my way.
Some simply feel
And
so
like, there's
helpless
so many
and
easier,
powerless
like,
that by minimizing, they can cope to the
not
situation
as
where they feel
humiliating
unable to help
methods
another
for
person,
me to weasel
or
my way
do
around a
something to secure
situation.
the
Like,
physical
just saying.
situation. If you are in a chronically abusive relationship,
Yeah.
people may see the abusive patterns and recognize that there are reasons it cannot change, but they still may try to soft peddle it to make themselves feel better.
Like, maybe
about
you should
it
try to
and
be
to
a better
push down
girlfriend.
those feelings
Wake
of
up in the morning with
helplessness
him,
and
make coffee.
it doesn't
Make sure
make
all
it
his stuff
okay.
is ready
I
for
get it.
work. Else,
But people in pain, as most people going through
I can't
narcissistic
believe it.
abuse are,
I honestly could not
sometimes we
fucking
want
believe
someone to
it.
just sit in the pain with them and acknowledge that it's awful, perhaps unchangeable. As a therapist,
Yeah,
it's the hardest
sometimes
part of
I
my
think
job
that's
to just sit with the pain of a client and not want to just fix it.
you
And the
know.
helplessness of watching a narcissistic relationship can often contribute to a person who is in one of these relationships getting more and more isolated. Nobody often wants to talk to them because it evokes so much powerlessness. So people just stop calling. Most
No,
survivors of
instead they
narcissistic
talk
abuse
shit to
are
my other
they
friends, being like,
know
it makes
that
them
these
too
actions
sad to see me how
they aren't just
sad I
the
am.
only ones who wave a magic
Like, you know
wand.
what? That's worked out actually really
Sometimes
well in my favor. So
survivors of narcissistic abuse
I don't need that shit around me.
in the darkness.
Sorry,
as
you
they
can't
begin to
handle me being
We
sad?
don't
Well,
talk enough about minimization when we talk about narcissistic abuse because I think it's important to do so because it impacts every way in these relationships. People tend to minimize what's happening in their own narcissistic relationships as well. Why we don't talk about it. And the narcissist
I
always
couldn't believe
the
that.
harm that they do to other people and the difficulties that other people have in their lives.
I
The
honestly
people around
couldn't
you
believe
minimize
that
it.
I
And the
was
world
letting
at large
something
minimizes
continue like
it. So
that. But like,
everyone's minimizing. And
you know
all
what?
of this
I know what
minimization is one of the
abuse
brightest
is,
and hottest parts of gaslight.
and
I
I
see
know when
what it
people are
is.
just like
It's a
upset
way
with
for
something in
other
their
people
life.
to not deal with
It's
the
not
big
necessarily that they're
problem that's in
abusing
front of all of us.
somebody, they're
And while
just like
I
they're hurting.
understand why people may want to cope by denying the magnitude of a problem they cannot fix, the damage of minimization to a person who is in a narcissistically abusive relationship and cannot trust their
Yeah.
reality is massive. Like I said, I'm in a tough
No, we were
situation
nose
right
to
now.
nose.
So I'm right there with all of you. And minimization
And it wasn't the
is happening
first
around
time
me, left, right, and center. It has really put a finer point
when
on
the
how
cops were
destructive
called
this is.
a couple
And I
times even.
recognize it takes a lot of courage, goodness, and wisdom for a person to hear another person's story of narcissistic abuse and not minimize it, but just be with it. If you are going through narcissistic abuse, it's always my reminder, please let know, please know that
Because
this is
if
real.
we're gonna throw down,
Stop
then we're gonna throw
minimizing
up
what is
down.
happening to you. If you're
And
watching
this
someone
wasn't gonna
else go
wait to
through
get to
it,
that point
never
though.
minimize their experience. Just be with them.
So I was able to help it.
Once you turn off the gaslight,
And as soon as I said it, I was like, "You're verbally and mentally abusive." He immediately, yeah, I know.
So
I
I
was
hope
like,
that gives
"What?"
you an understanding that minimization isn't
Really
just sort of
expected a
one
little bit of pushback at
side little
least. Like,
theme. It's actually very
it's
central
very
to
serious
understanding
accusation. You're saying, "Well,
narcissistic
wouldn't be
abuse
like none of that,
and
none
the
of that."
impact it's having
Just
on you.
like,
Sometimes having those friends
yep.
can really, really help.
I am verbally abusive, mentally abusive too, and I was just like, "Fuck!" Like, and having all of my people be like, "Well, I wouldn't say it's abusive." That's like a little bit a serious accusation. That other people go through abusive relationships that are actually abusive relationships. Like, I wouldn't say this is abusive. I'd say it's like an unhealthy relationship. I was like, okay, whatever, fuck this then. And got me to a point where I was like, you know what, maybe this is what I deserve. Like, I thought that was the best that I was ever gonna get, and that was like what that was the best I was ever gonna get, and I didn't deserve any better. For just like all the times that I've had boyfriends that are probably like Dustin was a half decent boyfriend to me, but I was really, really, really abusive to him. But I genuinely did not realize that I was being abusive, but like physically abusive. Like I didn't hit him or anything, but he would try to like grab me to calm me down and I would elbow him in the chest. He breathes all over his chest. I was just like, what the fuck happened to you? And he's like, oh, that's you. That's not me. You can't do that. Like, no, Matt, that's you. I was like, oh my god. Like, I am an abusive partner. I just didn't think I was capable of doing damage like that. But he used to let me take him up the street every day. for about 2 hours, and he used to scream in his face. And he used to let me sit, and he knew I needed it. Because I was so hurt. A group of friends that I thought would be. As soon as I didn't get them drinks anymore, as soon as I didn't want to go partying anymore, I was a traitor. And they would come after me. And they told me that every time I go out somewhere, they will be there to make sure that I don't have any kind of fun. Because I'm a traitor and I should have been with them. But it just meant because they were. Took me a couple of years, so I was like, I think it's because they can't get drinks for free anymore. And that's exactly why. When they would go out to bars or clubs, they wouldn't be able to get free drinks from guys because I was bait. And I didn't really even drink, ironically. And that is apparently the case for the majority of things that negatively affect my life. And turns out I didn't do anything wrong. I am very attentive to people who are hurt, mentally hurting, and that causes them to not act the way they would want to act, just kind of impulsive. And I try to respect that as much as humanly possible. But that doesn't mean I'm a fucking human punching bag. Because that's what Justin's kind of let me do to him. Let me turn him into a human punching bag. Like, I was just super hurt that my friends did that to me. Like, and then I was trying to figure out what I did to make them hate me so much. So the way that I now make that up to Dustin is I stay the fuck away from him. I try to message him every once in a while. Yeah, we email. It's actually kind of fun. I like doing the old email thing, back and forth emailing. It's just hard because sometimes I have to find his email that he sent like somewhere deep in my inbox. I wish I would have gone to his Canada Day. I used to make fun of his family fun days. He used to get so offended, but I was like, no, like I realized no, I did it. I was actually jealous of his family fun night. Like, even though they all hate each other. Well, they don't hate each other. They don't get along. It's humans. Like they're not the same kind of people at all. But they still do it. I now think that's actually very cool. You can stand to be in the vicinity of a family member that you don't have a lot in common with without. It's ridiculous, honestly. Without fucking, what do you call it? Starting to form gangs and fucking alliances and shit among families. It's fucking ridiculous. I don't understand why anyone would ever want to be like, oh, Steve, told you so. I am genuinely not arguing so I can win an argument. I am stating something that I believe to be true, and I would love for you to prove me wrong on it, honestly. For a lot of those arguments, I was just like, please tell me otherwise. Like, please just show me otherwise, because, like, I would love I would love it if I was just, like, fucking that crazy.
Hey everyone, it's Dr. Nelson. Welcome back.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Ah, look at necklace. Look at that.
This one applies to me, this one may not. But we start to see that this hangs together. There's lots of overlap with other patterns. I'll be talking about that too. Today, we're going to be talking about the pattern in narcissistic abuse that we call self-devaluation. Basically, that you don't like yourself. And before we get to that, as always, and please, get asked if you like this video, give it a thumbs up if you'd like to
I thought I
subscribe to
did.
the channel.
I thought I did like myself.
And you will join this ever-growing community of people
But as
who
it
want to
turns
know
out,
about
I
narcissism
liked
as
the
well as a real
person that
community
I
of
made
survivors of narcissistic abuse.
that I knew that
So let's
everybody
talk
would
about
like.
this idea of self-devaluation. Negative self-talk is a
Because
classical
the person
pattern
I
of
liked
people who are
made everybody
experiencing
so
narcissistic
fucking
abuse.
upset.
It can be anything from saying, I'm unattractive, to I'm
I'm a
stupid,
shit rat.
I'm bad at everything,
Oh yeah, I used to say
I
fucking
can't do
a lot.
anything,
I genuinely thought
I'm
I
a
was
bad,
stupid.
just a bad person who is unqualified.
I thought my
Now,
value was only going to be
self-devaluation
what
isn't
someone would
just
pay for me.
negative self-talk. It's also not valuing yourself, particularly in terms of self-care. And I don't mean go to a spa self-care. I mean not eating right, not exercising, not looking after your health. After years in a narcissistic relationship, you have been devalued for so long that it almost takes away the incentive, or basically there's almost a value to you not
I was
taking care of you.
suicidal
Why
for
would you?
6 years.
You're
I
always-
didn't
you're
even
always told
fucking
you're no
know.
good.
Like, I'm going
And
really
this can
attentive to
really
my
have
mental health,
long-term
but
effects, because not only are you then
how are you
enduring the
suicidal? You
mental
don't
health
even know.
effects of narcissistic abuse, but also the physiological effects of poor self-care over time, like not getting preventative health care screenings. Self-evaluation also manifests in the choices that you make for yourself. Obviously, the most compelling is if you choose a bad partner for yourself. And honestly,
fuck was
this
that?
happened as a byproduct
What was that?
of the long-term self-devaluation that started for you because you're from a narcissistic family. And you may, upon meeting a narcissistic partner, take the stance of maybe this is all I deserve.
Wow.
You may also devalue yourself in the way that you may not push yourself in your education or choose the better of the schools
Because I
you're
thought I
accepted
was
to,
so
or choose a job
No, I
below
actually
your
applied
skill
to
set
school
or what you
so many
want
fucking
because
times.
you don't think you could do well in another job, or you sort of almost have no right to take a better job. I see this
Why
happen
am I?
all
Oh, I
the
bet because
time.
I'm logged
People
out.
who
'Cause, like,
simply don't value themselves. They
okay.
just don't give something a shot. They don't try for the promotion. They may, for example, not allow themselves to accept a transfer to a new city.
This is why, like, if this house thing doesn't go through, I like, the next thing is I'm leaving and I'm not coming back. Like, I'm going somewhere else because, like, they make it so that even if you are smart, you will never be able to get anywhere with it. They'll also try to tell you that you're dumb so that you don't keep trying, but it was like $35, something like that, every time I applied to valuing. And if it weren't for the really nice secretary who was just like, haven't you, like, don't I recognize you? Like, you've applied before, right? I was like, yeah, this is like my third or fourth time applying. She's like, okay, well, give me a sec. Like, let me go, like, check it out. And she told me that because I had such high graduating year that they went back in my previous years and in my for my second year of high school, I failed basically everything. Yet I still got to my grade 9. It was because I passed my exams, and in grade 9 everything says NE, which is not evaluated, which is not automatic 60. And it's because I didn't show up to school, and I would go to enough classes that I knew what was going to be on the exam, and then I just wouldn't go to the rest of my classes. Like, I would just go do my exam and pass. And then I never considered my teacher the next year getting me again, and then fucking hating me because he tells me I'm fucking retarded, and I'm not going to get anywhere in life because I'm a fucking loser and a stoner and a fucking all these like awesome things. And then I would also like just kind of brush it off and then go fucking pass my exam. Because sometimes I'd literally do enough of my exam that I knew I'd pass and then I'd just leave. So I'm like, why would I do the rest? Like, but I will never get into. I could have kept applying. And, like the secretary didn't even have to do that. She went out of her way to make sure, like, I wasn't going to keep applying for fucking nothing. Like, doesn't seem like a lot of money, but when you're poor, like, you don't really have like $35, $40 to throw away every month, every 2 months. But I would have kept applying, and then they would have never fucking said to me. Doesn't matter how high my marks were. I thought I was fucking stupid. Like, I genuinely, for years, I thought I was stupid. And I was just like, I already fucked up my modeling career by fucking up my skin. It's fucked up. It's super fucked up. But there's no way for me to get the reward for the amount of work that I put in it. Like, there's people who put in a lot less and get rewarded a lot more, and that's fine. Like, it's good for them, I guess. But for me to get fuck all, like, to me, that's intentional. They want a certain kind of person furthering their education, obedient people. And I do not obey. I'm fucking smart, and I do not need to be told what to do, though. That's kind of fucked up.
That could advance their job responsibilities as part of the self-doubt evaluation. And it really means that you don't value yourself enough to pursue your aspirations or your dreams after years of again and again.
Yeah. No, I'm a jack of all trades, a master of none. That's because I would get there and then it would be like, oh, but I could never actually get a paid job in it. Like, I guess we'll start something.
When you are,
I guess we'll start something else again.
The gaslighting, the manipulation, the contempt, the devaluation, and the invalidation all together take a cumulative toll. In essence, you internalize all of this, all of what the narcissist is saying, into your self-talk. So let's take a step back and think about what I've said in the past about cognitive dissonance. The bottom line is this: we don't like psychological tension. So what do we do when we need to break that cognitive tension? That's where cognitive dissonance comes into play. As you know from prior videos, it's how people get stuck in narcissistic relationships. You justify and rationalize their bad behavior as a way of almost reducing the tension of, I don't want to leave this, I'm scared.
Yeah.
And it plays a role, though, in how the narcissistic relationship, it plays a role in how you value yourself.
Should be.
The tension between someone validating, insulting, dismissing, or gaslighting you.
Unfortunately, I am that hard-headed that I'm like on the side of the fucking road.
To succeed and are a lovely person all around. That doesn't fit.
No one shoots on me harder than me.
So there's only two ways to make it fit.
That's funny.
Number one, stop listening to the narcissist or get away from the narcissist.
Yeah, but once your support system saying it too,
shift how you think about yourself. You have to think badly about yourself. Be with somebody who thinks badly about you.
No one shits on me harder than me.
The majority of people, rather tragically,
that's why I can't be bullied.
Option 2. The way you think about yourself and value yourself or devalue yourself is also how you present yourself. If you think you are a sloppy, not good enough, untalented hack, that's not exactly you putting your best face forward. Many people in narcissistic relationships take the sort of virtue of humility and maybe a little bit of self-effacement to an incredibly unhealthy level.
Mm.
In some ways,
Huh.
maintaining that
I
devalued
couldn't even do
sense of
telemarketing
self
anymore.
makes
And I
the
couldn't
narcissistic
understand
relationship
what
make sense.
was
Well,
happening.
they're invalidating me and I suck.
And
So
it
it all
was
makes
literally
sense.
because I
What
would
is so
sleep with, go
tragic
figure,
is
another
that some of
Sean.
you may have believed and had this self-devaluation, believed these
What
negative
is it
things
with
about
people who are
yourself
named Sean? We're
before a
pieces of
narcissistic
shit.
relationship. But in some cases, some of you may have actually been rather self-confident people before you met
I
your
wasn't
narcissist.
even
And
self-confident. I
then,
was just very,
over time, you got worn
I was very
down
humble.
to where you actually believed the negative self-talk. You lived in it
Yeah.
as though it is
I thought
a
I couldn't even do
reality.
telemarketing anymore.
Now, interestingly, this legacy
Well,
of
I just could not
narcissistic
understand
abuse
it. Like, I'm like, I
actually
know how to do
kind of works
this.
for the narcissist. They like your self-devaluation. They don't want to compete with you.
Right?
And at some level, they kind of like for
That's
you
why
to
I
know your
fucking,
place. In some cases, there is a hope. I know that
I
some of you
appreciate the
maintain this
shit
hope.
out of my
And
boyfriend
maybe your
now. Like,
narcissist today, they'll correct
because
my
he,
negative self-talk. So let me say as
he
an
doesn't
example. Let's
discourage
say
me,
you
but he'll
disparage
compete
your
with me.
appearance. There could be a
And I'm
hope
like, I don't
of
like
you,
competing
for
with you.
example, you saying, "Oh, I
Sometimes
feel
I
like I'm
don't win.
unattractive," that they turn around and say, "No, no, no, you're absolutely beautiful." What you're more likely to get from them is, well, if you say you're not attractive, they say, "Yeah, you could stand to lose a few pounds." Or it may be that you say about
Maybe
yourself,
you,
"Oh,
if you
I
didn't
am
dress like such a
so
whore.
stupid. I don't think I did that report or that task right at work." And you know what you're more likely to get back
Well, you'll do
from
it better
your
next time, I guess.
narcissist? They'll say, hopefully the boss cuts you some slack and lets you get
Oh
away
my
with doing a
god,
bad
that's
job.
crazy.
Instead of, "Don't worry about it. You're great at your
That's
job. It'll be okay."
crazy. I didn't even notice
And as I
that.
said before, if you came from a narcissistic family of origin,
Well, I
this
told you
negative
now.
self-talk
See, now
is
maybe you'll listen to me
literally
next time.
baked into you and can be a very difficult habit and identity to break. And frankly, at
You should
some
have
level,
known, like,
the
you should know yourself
narcissist
by now that you
kind
would
of
have done
look
something
for
like
this
that, and you should have just listened
self-devaluation
to
style.
me. Like,
You may be
oh my god.
experiencing and manifesting self-devaluation as a function of the narcissistic abuse you're stuck in, but before long, the narcissist will take advantage of it. They smell it like blood in the water because they can sense that you won't call them out and you won't leave them,
I had no backup.
which gives them the upper hand
No
and the
backup, and my
dominance and
backup
power
ended up fucking
that they value
taking
so
me
much
inside
in
anyway.
their relationships.
Playing
So
devil's
what
advocate
do you
to
do?
avoid the confrontation
Number
again.
one, I know you're getting tired
Great.
of hearing this one, but I'm
Not.
going to lead with therapy
No,
this time.
I'm not.
Therapy is a place to do the work of identity, self-concept, and learning new ways of
Yeah, but I
talking
can't
to
afford it,
yourself
so.
about yourself. These are often long-standing patterns. Secondly, please try and spend some time with people who do see the
Yeah.
good in you,
Yep,
those who
absolutely.
validate and value you.
My TikTok
Just
people,
a
and I love
little of
them. I
that
fucking
can
they're
at
garbage
least be an
people, and
antidote
they're
to the
fucked up
self-devaluation that
psychotic
arises
junkies. Like,
out of a
but I
narcissistic
love them
relationship.
more than
And
anything.
also spend time doing things you enjoy
They're like
and are
they're
good
they're
at,
happy for me.
since that can also enhance
Like
your
genuinely,
sense of
they're
self.
happy for me. Which
Third, I want you to reflect on those good things in you. And I know that's going to be hard because you're mired in this self-devaluation. It's going to be really tough. But make a list if you have to. You've got these good things you're good at. You do. Find them. Fourth, I want you to learn to correct yourself. It's almost reflexive to fall into a pattern of self-devaluation, especially if you're currently in a narcissistic relationship or have been in lifelong narcissistic relationships. Catch yourself when you say that, "Oh God, I'm so
no.
fat," and say no, out loud, no. This can take a while to get used to doing, and even if you only get it right sometimes, it's worth doing. More often than not, you're not going to catch it, but get it sometimes.
Okay.
This pattern of self-devaluation is a terrible legacy of narcissistic abuse, and it's a tough one to fix, but it can happen. It just takes time and intention. I got this really fascinating email from somebody really lovely, somebody who's a survivor of narcissistic abuse, and I was reading it, and she'd written this absolutely beautiful sentence about surviving narcissistic abuse. It was really lovely. I'm actually I asked her if I could use the quote, put it on Instagram or something, because I thought other people needed to hear it.
Cool.
But I told her it was up to her whether I used her name or not. Because she was trying to remain anonymous because of the narcissistic abuse, she said she reached out and said you can absolutely use it. But in the email, it's like, wow, you write so well, you're so thoughtful. It was amazing. Like I get these amazing emails, and when
That's
I can
cool.
respond, so many of you are saying amazing things, comments on these videos, amazing. And she said, you know what's so interesting? I walk around this world thinking I'm absolutely nothing. It's all I think.
Oh,
And she's like, then I
wow.
read your email. And she said, and something in me really, really changed, really changed. Because she said, don't hear that from anybody ever. I'm very isolated in this relationship. And she said, for at least a week, she said, I'm going to wait 1 week before I respond to her to let her know about the quote. Because I wanted to see if it would last. And she said it did. And it's interesting. I was actually speaking truth. She wrote a great email, and the things she wrote were amazing. But that kind of reaching out to a stranger, me,
Yeah.
and me
I do that
reading
all
it
the
and
time.
me
I actually do
responding
that
to
all the
it was
time.
enough to actually kind of get her over a hump.
That's crazy.
And I think
I do
that's
that
where I
all
want
the
you to
fucking
focus on.
time.
It
Not
doesn't have to
kidding.
be you getting together with your
Yeah.
friends 6 days a week and having them say you're so great. Sometimes it literally
Nah,
can
there
be
was
one
like a
contact,
really, really good Vice
one
documentary about a
conversation,
guy who
and
was
you
put into
internalize it
a
and listen to
conversion
it. And before
camp,
long, your narcissist is
and
going to
he just
criticize
wanted
you
to be a
again.
father so
But pushing
bad.
back
And
on
he's like, no, but I want to be a father. I
self-devaluation
want to be a father.
really
And
takes
like, I
one
messaged him being like,
validating,
you
kind
know,
word
like
at a time.
you can still have your
Thanks
faith, and
again.
you can still be
And
a
as
father. You
always,
can
if
be
you're
a
enjoying
single
this content,
father. Like, go
please do
adopt a fucking
subscribe. Give
kid.
us a thumbs
He
up.
did.
Amazing community. Take a look at the
And I
comments.
saw
You're going to learn
pictures
more
of like
down there
him and
than
his
you're going to
daughter.
learn from listening to these
And I
videos.
don't know if
And as
he's
always,
there's a like I didn't
stay
see a
strong.
girl or
Bye-bye
a
now.
guy like with him. It's just him and his daughter. Like, and I was just like, yo, fucking good for you. Like, I don't know if you're still doing the religious thing, but like I just randomly messaged guy and be like, yo, you should like fucking pursue that because you seem like somebody who would be a very good parent and a very good father, and you don't need to have an like that's good enough for kids. Like, honestly, like. And he actually, like, I saw pictures of him and his daughter, and I was just like, oh my god, like 6 years later. And I was just like, good for you for, like, I don't know if he's still, I think he's just confused with, like, the religious aspect of it at this point, but, like, still, he followed through and he did get his daughter. And I was like, you guys look very happy. Like, I was really happy to see that. And there's other people that I've seen, they're, like, documentary or they're in some kind of documentary, like, as one of the supporting pieces, whatever, for a documentary, and it's just like sometimes it's like if if I can not just relate, if I can feel their pain, and if I can kind of give some reassurance that other people have felt it, like I felt that same kind of thing, and it will go away. Like, and I never expect anybody to say anything bad, but sometimes they do. Then they're like even when I started doing my live streams actually on YouTube, like holy shit, 6 years ago, no, 5 years ago, I started doing my live streams, and one day it's just like it blew up to hundreds of people. Like there was like fucking over like 300 people or something watching my shit. And there was this guy who added me on Facebook, and I was like, "You look really familiar. Like, where do I know you from?" He's like, "You don't know me. I just saw your video on YouTube, and I just started watching you. So I just wanted to say hi, and I hope things get better for you." And I was just like, "Huh?" Creep. And then I was kind of like, "Well, I guess I can't really accuse someone of being a creep if I'm the one putting the video out." Like, but it was just. He would send me a message every once in a while, be like, "Hey, I saw your last video. It seems like you're really struggling today. Like, so I hope tomorrow's gonna be like a better day for you." I was just like, that actually fucking means so much more to me than talking to the people who know all my problems and that are like, "Oh, well, don't worry, it'll work out. It'll get better." Blah blah blah. And I'm like, "Hey, I don't need that right now. Like, I know that it'll get better because it's been so much worse previously." Like, but having somebody who just like takes a second to acknowledge that I'm a human being who is struggling and another human being acknowledges the fact that like that was like I don't know what happened to him actually. I haven't gone back to look to see if I still have him on my Facebook. I just thought that was fucking really because I started doing it for what do you call it? Proof. The whole reason why I started live streaming was because I needed proof because he would fucking minimize. It was so much more than just minimizing. Like I started wondering if I had fucking lost it, and maybe I'm remembering something that never happened. And like if I needed what do you call it? If he was like, oh yeah, when did that happen? When I did that, I'm like, I can't remember specifically, but like that's why I started live streaming, and it would shut shit down so fucking fast. Like any what do you call it? Um, debate about whether or not something happened the way it did. When I started live streaming, that just was gone completely. There was no more debate. The argument wasn't even there anymore. He would just be like, well, fuck it. I don't even know where together. And then just like fucking. But I would have rather that than me and him going back and forth for like hours on end, screaming in each other's faces. And he's a big guy. He's fucking. It's not that he's scary, but like he knows how to use his size to intimidate people who are smaller so that they back up. And it's just like, it's not that I was scared of him, it's just human nature that when, it should be human nature that when something much bigger than you is coming towards you, you prepare, you like stand your ground and you get ready. Like, not because he ever hit me or anything either, and it's just, if he wanted to hit me, he could have. So, I'm not just gonna stand there and fucking let someone fucking put me on my ass. Like, fuck that. I know I'm not gonna be able to fight him either. Like, I will lose, but wow, that's fucked up, man. But he got me to stop doing that. He got me to stop reaching out to strangers. It's like that's fucking weird. You don't know them. Like they could like how do you know they're not like stalking you now? I'm like, well, you know what? Sometimes they do get all creepy and shit, and sometimes like you're like, oh okay, that's why you're kind of not really don't really have friends because you're kind of as soon as you get a friend, you kind of scare them off, but that's not why I do it because I want to be besties with these people. Like, I do it because sometimes, like, that fucking the guy yesterday, Alex. Yeah, I think his name is he said it was Alex. Right? He was just like, do you have someone I can? Do you have any friends that I can kind of like go hook up with? And I'm like, I used to probably, but not anymore. Like, I don't have any friends at all, really. And that's the honest fucking truth. But like sometimes people like who's the other one that I've started talking to? Mentor. He told me to call him Mentor. That's his middle name. And it's just like I think that he just needed a girl to speak to him and not be rude to him because of the conversation topic. A lot of girls that have any kind of looks, I find, as soon as they are talking about anything sexual related, they feel like it's always directed at them. But because I've only had like my closest friends were all guys, I know that there's a disconnect between um, intimacy and a relationship, and a lot of the time it's not anything that like they don't want to get a relationship, but they want to have some kind of connection an intimacy with another person, which is, I guess, for like escorts and like prostitution, I guess probably was beneficial, but beating that makes a disconnect in the intimacy side. I find that's just me personally, like, because I've had a lot of, I much prefer having my guy friends, and sometimes even my guy friends after like 10 years of being friends, they'd be like, "But I'm in love with you," and I'm like, "But you're not. Like, you actually kind of hate me most of the time." Like, and I'm kind of really annoying, and that's fine because we're still friends. But like, you're not in love with me, and you're just lonely, and you need fucking human connection. But men don't seem to know where the line is between using somebody for intimacy because they feel ashamed having to have that conversation, being like,
Blank stare.
"Are we okay?"
That's invalidating. The entitlement means that
I don't
when you
know.
question that it is not, for example, the right thing to jump to the head of the line or expect special.
I can't say that anyone is right or wrong for having like relationships that are solely physical intimacy and has like basically little to no emotional um, what do you call it, like emotional attachment, I guess, to it. So but it I don't know. Personally, I don't think that anybody should be intimate with other people unless you have at least at one point, intended on having some kind of like more of a relationship with that person because it makes you feel bad about yourself. Like, I don't give a shit what anybody says about fucking sex workers. Some women like to be in the industry because they like the. I'm fucking done with hearing people say this about anybody who works in sex work. They don't. That's not. No little girl is like, I want to be a hooker when I grow up. I want to be a prostitute when I grow up. I want to be an escort when I grow up. Like, no little girl says this. Like, I'm sorry, they just don't. Like, and it's fucking disgusting to insinuate that any female is like born fucking aspiring to be in sex work, I guess. Yes, it should not be a shameful job, but still, just I don't know. There's always got to be some like fucking actual human connection there. I find because if you're just doing it for like the release and there's a biology part to it, but also there's a mental part to it. Because only for so long you could be like, oh yeah, no, it's my job. I get paid for it. Like eventually you'll feel like you'll feel bad about yourself. I promise. Like, you can have value to being a sex worker because it is valuable, but it's biology. Like, my dog's not fixed. And fucking after 3 days of not humping his girlfriend, holy shit, he's a dick.
To the glossary series, a sort of a handbook or an overview of terms that are often used when we talk about narcissism, and narcissistic relationships. These are terms that often show up in videos, articles, blogs, and other content about narcissism and narcissistic relationships. Some may be terms you've heard and may not know what they mean, and some may be terms you actually never heard. And so it's my hope that it'll create even more clarity for you around narcissistic relationships and narcissism in general. Today, I'm going to talk about invalidation. Before I go there, please, if you would, hit that button that says subscribe. Would love to have you as part of this channel. And also, if you want, that bell to get notifications every time we put out new content. Invalidation. This particular video was born out of a few people who are watching this series who dropped comments and emails of people reaching out to have this particular term specifically taken on. It was an interesting request, and I thought about it a while, and we got multiple requests, because I use the term all the time when I talk about narcissistic relationships, but I didn't even actually elevate it to the space of it being its own term per se. But the more I thought about it, I actually thought the commenters were spot on. They really were correct. This was its own term that really required some punching out to make sure it was clear to people who use it and hear it. Invalidation is what happens to a person who is in any kind of narcissistic relationship. And this can happen through many pathways of standard narcissistic patterns. The lack of empathy means that when you share a feeling, well, honestly, share anything, but a feeling is a great example, you are met with a blank stare. That's invalidating. The entitlement means that when you question that it is not, for example, the right thing to jump to the head of the line or expect special treatment, they tell you to keep your mouth shut or tell you that, God, you're so inefficient. No wonder you don't get anything done. That's invalidating. The grandiosity means that they yammer on about their next big thing or their next big plan or their next big business. And when you caution them or suggest that they step back for a minute before they do anything rash, they accuse you of not sharing in their dreams, despite the fact that you had already made so many sacrifices. That is also invalidating. The arrogance means that when you provide some input or information on something that they are asking about, they call you a name, like they call you stupid or an idiot. That is invalidating. I hope that makes sense. Invalidation, in many ways, is a diminishment of your contribution, your experience, your knowledge, and frankly, you being a human being. Now, here is where invalidation gets confusing, because it has a lot of overlap with gaslighting. The way I view it is that all gaslighting is invalidating, but not all invalidation is gaslighting. Gaslighting is a denial of your reality. Now, I get it. Your reality is not that you are an idiot or that you're stupid. At least I hope that's not your reality. But that falls more under an insult. Gaslighting would be a case when they literally deny your experience, for example, a feeling or something like that. So an example of this would be, you share a feeling and say you feel hurt by something that happened between the two of you. Gaslighting would be for them to turn around to you and say, no, you don't. You don't feel hurt. You don't even have the right to feel hurt. Invalidation in this case would be, you feel hurt. Once again, you feel hurt when I talk about your mother. I don't know how to talk to you without you saying you are hurt. In the invalidation example, they are not doubting your feeling, but instead, they are criticizing your feeling. Now, in some ways, what I'm trying to do is making this distinction is a bit like splitting hairs, because whether it's gaslighting or whether it's invalidation, both of them feel awful. Now, to me, one of the worst legacies of invalidation is that it can lead to self-censorship, which can then result in the loss of things like creativity, authenticity, and courage. If you grew up in a narcissistic family system, you know this well. You were invalidated, and slowly, over time, you learned to not trust yourself. In fact, invalidation is a major contributor to the self-doubt and the second guessing that characterize the fallout of narcissistic abuse. Invalidation can result in a lack of trust in your feelings, your words, your thoughts, and in some cases, ultimately, in yourself. In addition, invalidation can often foster conformity. It can sap individuality. And the more a person is invalidated, the less likely they will feel empowered to share the things about themselves that are unique. In my estimation,
That's why I know I'm a fucking good employee.
in this way, invalidation,
person to have work for you.
there's so many ways it damages you.
Because every time
But
I felt like,
you to
oh
not share
shit,
the things
I
that
fucked
make
this up.
you
Like, I'm not
unique
good at this.
is one
like,
of the
I have to
worst
prove myself
damages
some other
of
way. Like,
what invalidation does to a person.
I work harder than most men.
It robs them of a voice for their individual gifts. And then, through shame, it fosters a conformity with the party line, which just results in blind, numb, and inauthentic obedience. So, in this manner, invalidation is an incredibly powerful and toxic way
Yeah, I'm
of
down to follow
shaping
the rules,
behavior
but
of other people in a
if
single
your
direction,
rules
the way
are
you would
only
want it
like
if you were
that's only
the
rules.
invalidator. Many of you may reflect on your own childhood,
Like McDonald's,
in
I
which
can't do
invalidation
I'm sorry.
killed an
I'm not waiting in
interest
line like
in
with fucking
something that was
customers.
not traditional.
Like for
or
on
what
my
your
lunch, on my
parents
break,
or
I'm not
family
waiting in line
valued.
with
That
customers.
might be
Like
an
and
interest
to make
in
it fair,
art
like
or
that's
music,
stupid. I
an
don't follow
interest in
stupid
wanting to
fucking
live in a
rules.
different place or a different region as an
I follow
adult,
rules,
or
but
pursuing a trade
not just because it's a
rather than
rule and because
college
everybody
path.
follows it. Like,
In that way,
like,
to
their
me,
fucking reason
invalidation is a thief, and it is a weapon of the insecure. They use it to create conformity and allow them to not have to experience the threat of there being other ways for things to be. Because remember, for the narcissist,
yeah, but if it
has
could be
to
better,
be
why wouldn't
the
you
way
want
they
that? Like, I
think
just don't
things
get
should be
it.
done.
Like,
A common invalidation
doesn't mean
pattern
that saying that
is
you're
when people are
valued
told,
and you're less,
don't
and
worry,
just say that there's a better way to
everything's
do
gonna be
it.
don't worry
And I
about
can prove that. Like,
that's not gaslighting per se.
and that makes me feel
because
more
it's
mad.
not a denial of reality. But what it
And
does
it's like, if I could do
is that
it
it
on myself,
invalidates the
I would
opportunity
definitely go out and do it myself.
that
Like,
somebody may have, or just the feeling that somebody might have to be
like, then I
concerned,
don't
and
even
may
get that
leave
fucking
someone feeling
opportunity.
silenced, as though they
And
cannot
that's
even
why
share
I
their
could show you a better
anxieties about
way.
a situation, because they keep hearing, don't worry, everything's going to be fine. And this is where invalidation can get really confusing, because saying, don't worry about it, it's going to be fine, doesn't seem like a mean thing to do or mean-spirited thing to do, but it can definitely curtail a person and leave them feeling as though they
My fucking
shouldn't
hard
keep
work is
talking
not
about
actually
something, because they're going
as
to look
valuable as I
overly
think.
neurotic or ridiculously anxious.
Yeah.
There's also a carelessness
Yep.
that can accompany the don't worry as an ideology.
That's why I stick with Dom.
You may want to
If I have a
ensure,
good
for
idea,
example, let's use a more extreme example.
and
You
if
want
I
to ensure the
could
safety
physically
of the
show
child
him why my
near
idea is a good
swimming
idea,
pool. And you're a responsible parent.
that's enough
your
for
concern.
Dom
And
to
others
put
around
money
you
on
might
it.
say, don't
And
worry,
Dom doesn't
don't
just
worry,
like
go,
put
go,
money
go,
down on
go use the
anything just
bathroom.
because
There's
like,
a lot
oh, a
of us
pretty girl
keeping
said
an eye on
something,
it.
so here money.
But
Like,
that
you have to have a
blasé
good fucking
attitude
argument.
may
Like,
be concerning, because
And it's
they
have
aren't
to have
worried.
proof and show your work.
You may feel as though your very real fears are invalidated and the stakes are too high. You'll either pull your kid out of the pool or just not go to the bathroom. For this reason, the don't worry type of invalidation can be so exhausting.
That's crazy.
Many people will report that they
I don't play
do
games
worry,
that I might
and
lose.
for good reason. And the invalidator's tendency to say, "Oh, come on, don't worry about it, it's nothing," means that you find yourself feeling responsible for having to worry for everyone and to ensure that adequate protections are in place because of the dismissive don't worryness of it
I
all.
don't play
As a
games that
result,
I potentially might lose.
You're the one who sets like 10 alarms in the morning to catch that early flight and set up the taxi and all of that. That whole Hakuna Matata, don't worry, be happy, no worries thing can get really tiresome really fast. It is a luxury for someone to tell you don't worry.
Mm-hmm.
And over time, you'll find that you have to be the one to carry all these burdens of worry. And then you may be painted as the victim or the worrywart, when in fact
that's
you
crazy. That's fucked up.
that's making things okay. You're the reason that everyone made the early flight. And that feels invalidating because I can guarantee you in a narcissistic
Oh my god, and
contribution,
I don't want to be that guy. You're like, and you may not even hear that it's recognized. Good job.
But then you may even hit the wall of gaslighting when because you're the one worrying.
I didn't
because
really
no
want
one
to
else
be the one to do that either.
You're called out as a neurotic worrier. Another form that invalidation can take is through intellectualization. So, for example, when you talk about feelings, that the narcissist may come in and talk about it back to you from a place of logic and rationalization. It actually
Which I'm open to hearing.
Awful because feelings aren't always sensible, but they're real. And you might even be willing to acknowledge they're not sensible. If feelings were sensible, we wouldn't fall in love. Yeah. We wouldn't go on flights of fancy.
But don't be like, well, it can't be made sensitive. It's like, fuck it. Work through it.
But when you encounter an unemotional Mr. Spock,
why do you feel the way you feel? Because there's always a reason. It
doesn't feel good. You may be crying, and they may regard you contemptuously and say, okay, now let's be logical about this. Let's be logical.
This is the first time this happened to me.
Sometimes logic doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But to have someone apply principles like logic and rationality to your feelings can feel invalidating. And it is a very common narcissistic move because it allows them to stay in control of the situation.
Oh, okay.
Another form of invalidation often comes in the form of cheer up. And this has been
just stop being sad is my
in
favorite.
The way of the think your way happy world.
Yes.
Just
think positive thoughts. You think so negatively.
Now,
fuck no, I hate that. I hate it. I hate it.
When you share your feelings with someone, you might say, I am so sad. I can't take advantage of this opportunity. I really, really wanted to go on this trip. Or, God, I'm really struggling and I'm feeling really down since my breakup. Or you might say something like, it's really been taking me a while to feel better since I lost my job. I really trained for a long time for that job. So this is tough for me. I really liked that job. And then you say
you've been talking about it for 2 years, so it's about time to get over it and move on. Get a new job.
Get over it. Or, God, stop complaining.
Time to start over. It's my favorite.
This can really go darker when that other person, typically a narcissist, says, stop pitying yourself. Other people have it so much worse than you.
Which is true.
These are all classical examples of invalidation.
Allison told me that.
Your emotion is not heard.
When you think that your life is just like the worst, and it's like you're like, why? I'm trying so hard. There's always somebody who has it worse than you.
Invalidation. Cheer up.
But usually that person is a lot more optimistic.
Invalidation pervades all kinds of unhealthy relationships, including toxic family systems, toxic friendships, and certainly unhealthy relationships. But what is interesting is that the world has kind of gotten on board with this. Just go take a look at your social media feed. Heaven knows if you make the mistake of sharing some kind of negative mood state or negative feeling
Yep.
on your feed or someone else's feed, at least one person will tell you, get over yourself.
Yep.
Or don't you know there are so many people out there
But
that
there's
have
war
it
in Ukraine.
so much worse than you? That is invalidation. When people share emotions, all
It's
they
the
want
my
at that
sadness is
moment
worse than your
is
sadness thing.
empathy. They want someone to hold space for them. And most
Yep.
people will, especially if they are fortified with that empathy. I guarantee you they will, in most cases, move forward. Not from a
It's
place
having a
of
pity party.
invalidated defeat.
I feel like everyone should be
But from
allowed
a
to have a
sense of-
little bit of a pity party.
No, I know. I am going to be okay. From that sense of support and
Like, yeah,
strength.
go ahead and
Now,
sit in your
unfortunately,
like
let's
little
face it,
pity
your
party, but like
narcissist
once you're
is not going to take that stance of cheer
once you get
up.
all that
They're going to do a bit
out,
more of the get
time
over
to
it.
take
Or
off your
other
dress
people
and
have it worse than you stance.
your little tea party and
However,
get back on the horse.
Are
Like,
there cheer up narcissists out there? You better believe it. And those cheer up narcissists tend to be the ones who are what we call sort of those communal narcissists. They use their self-righteous stance of positivity or being a guru of positivity to shut
so I
you
love
down
my face out
by
people.
telling you that
And
other
I feel like
people
such
have
a
it
fucking
worse
asshole
than you.
because I'm like, I
And
go
in
there
essence,
to feel
shaming
a
you
little bit
for having
humbled.
a mood state. And
Or
then,
like I go
just
there
for
to
the fun of
kind
it,
of
they
be
may
like,
throw in some gaslighting and imply that
I
if
like going
you
there to
were
help
a
some
stronger
people
person,
out when I
then
can.
maybe you wouldn't be down in
I'll
the
bring
dumps.
Dick
Look
and
how
Ivan
strong
some
they are.
food,
And
or
they're
I'll
all
get Fury to
These are the sort of new
I have to
age
call
guru
Andy's
narcissistic
house.
types who force you into happiness and invalidate
Because
your
like some of them
experience of negative emotion.
in so much
Interestingly,
shittier situations.
invalidation can
It's like a
also
gross thing to
take
do,
the
but
form of someone always trying to solve your
You know.
problem. And yeah, I know. This
you
can
know, I
even
can't solve
happen
anybody's
in
problems on my
healthy
own, but I
relationships.
can help them still.
It's
That
not
fucking
always easy.
I have to help
just
myself
be
before I help
with
other
someone
people.
else's
Fuck
pain.
this. No.
Even
You
a
can always
loving and
stand
well-intended
help
parent
a
who is
bit.
very present will want to solve
Even if
or
I'm
fix
in
the
the
child's
shit,
problem.
like the
Rather than
shittiest
sit
shit
with them and
position
let
I've
them
ever
cry down.
been,
I'm a parent. I'm
I could
guilty of it. I've
still
done it
find
many
ways to
times.
help people. Like
Our discomfort with
selfish as
discomfort
fuck.
means that we often inadvertently invalidate the experience of a person who is just going through a tough time and they just want to share their feelings.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Sometimes
with
it's the
many
same problem
issues
over and over
in
and over
life,
and over though.
there
Like the
just
same
isn't a
person.
solution. Sometimes our hearts get broken. Sometimes we don't get the promotion. Sometimes
And that's life. And
we
it
lose
is
the
what it
game.
is.
And we just need space to cry it
Yeah.
out and move on.
Yup.
We don't always need someone to fix it.
Yep.
And in the quest to fix it,
My husband.
we can invalidate a person's experience.
My husband, I can come to her
and
with the same
just
problem
not
every
let
fucking day for the rest of my
Just
life
let them
to bitch
be
about it.
sad or disappointed for a while.
And
We may
she'll
not allow that for
always-
them if we feel
always
like we
try to
just need
not
to
just
fix
make
it.
me feel better, but
So
try
it's
to be like,
clear
well,
now that invalidation
I don't
is
know.
actually
Like,
a
she
theme,
doesn't lead me any
even
or
at
anything.
times
She
in
just
healthy
let me
relationships.
talk,
Every one of us is guilty
and then I can
of
let it go.
saying, cheer up, or everything's going to
Because
be
she's
okay,
so tough and she's had such
or
fucking
don't worry about it.
horrible,
It was
horrible things
never
happen
our
in her life
intention to invalidate at those
that were
times
not her
We
fault
just
either.
thought
Like,
we
not
wanted
her, like, fucking.
to help someone. And unfortunately, I got to be honest with you, even for me,
And she doesn't fucking go
As a
back and, like, want
psychologist,
credit for any of those things
my
ever.
temptation still, after all these years,
I love my husband
is to
so
want
much.
to fix it. But we spend years of being trained to sit on our hands
That's why I
in a
hate
way,
going to her
and
to
to
complain about
learn
shit
to
because, like,
be in a
her life
room
is better
where the
now, and I want
client's
her life
pain,
to get
to
keep getting
feel it
better.
with them, and
she's
let
only
them know
fucking been
that it
shown,
is
like, from the get-go,
absolutely
she's only been
okay
shown garbage.
for them
like,
to share their
beings.
sadness and their pain, that it won't break me. And as much as I want to tell them everything's going to be okay, I got to bite my tongue and say, I know I don't. My job is to let a person
figure it
have
out,
their
though.
pain and then slowly work on the hard work of figuring out ways of thinking about it, being with it, experiencing it, and finally
Letting it go.
finding meaning in it
Yeah.
without letting it break them. That's all those kind of nice parts of validation. Validation in a narcissistic relationship is often not that well intended. The pain of other people is often experienced as a bit of an inconvenience by narcissists. They already are contemptuous of emotion and emotional expression, so they will often try to nip it in the bud through invalidation. And because the invalidation and gaslighting so often occur together, it gets to be an experience of being entirely negated when you're in a narcissistic relationship. Invalidation that can be quite uncomfortable can take the form of Stonewall, which was another video in this glossary series, or it can take the form of deflection. It is not uncommon that when you share something that has happened to you, so for example, perhaps you tell a narcissistic mother, Mom, I feel hurt when you tell me that you think that I'm not smart enough to do this job. And she then turns around and says, oh, yeah? Well, remember that time when you said that I wasn't smart? You say that to me all the time. Okay? So not only does it feel invalidating to not have your statement even acknowledged, the real invalidation occurs when the other person, particularly narcissistic people, do this. They just fire back at you with the assertion that you did that to them. So that's it.
Constantly go around telling everybody how fucking terrible she is
all the time.
And I'm like, I just don't know where she gets this from, though.
As soon as you raise an issue
that
you feel that it's important for you, the two of you to discuss, they will, and you start talking about the issue, then they will almost immediately push back and bring up an event from the past rather than discussing the issue at hand. And that, while it's deflection,
or she'd rather just be like, oh, well, it's over now, move on.
Invalidation
what was
in
the other day? What was the fucking thing the other day?
Relationships with narcissists.
That I don't care about her feelings?
It happens for
I obviously don't care about her feelings at all. I'm like, actually,
they are not.
I'm pretty sure there were times where I was the only one who cared about your feelings.
Or just can't be bothered. Over time,
I was like, but that was a long time ago.
Invalidation is one of the primary contributors to the most challenging elements of narcissistic abuse, particularly the self-doubt.
My whole fucking life is revolved around caring about how she feels.
So,
but fuck my feelings, obviously.
What can we do about this?
Nothing.
A great place to start if you're dealing with invalidation, especially in a narcissistic relationship, find people who are validating. Yeah. In fact, one of the main pillars of intervention and empowerment and treatment for someone who is healing from narcissistic abuse is something I term bearing witness. In essence, hearing about and validating their experience. Yeah. And in so doing, providing empathy and accurate mirroring for their feelings.
Okay.
To allow a client to share his or her experience and to hear it and validate it and acknowledge it. But you know what? This doesn't only have to happen in therapy.
Ow.
It can happen in a trusted friendship in which someone feels heard.
Every time I go to my husband, I can go to her the same problem over and over. I can
validated just by being heard
different problem, but basically the same.
And
it doesn't
make
a difference. She'll always.
Invalidation is such a core dynamic in the narcissistic relationship. And I thank those eagle-eyed viewers out there who are subscribers of this YouTube channel, who actually watched and said, you know what, I think you got to get to this one. You highlighted this need for this episode. Thank you for that. Because while gaslighting is a big part of the invalidation experience, invalidation definitely takes in more territory. And it's even a pattern that we may commit in our own relationships without meaning to. So I hope that this particular video not only clarified the concept of invalidation, and especially how it occurs in narcissistic relationships, but also I hope it may have woken you and made you aware about how we may all inadvertently invalidate people with a very innocent sort of cheer up in our own lives. We know it when it happens to us, and a lot of us may not even realize, like, yeah, it doesn't feel good to be just told cheer up or get over it when we're going through a tough time. That we understand that that cheer up may be
That's
well-intended,
crazy.
but that sometimes we just need a minute. To me,
Yeah.
validation and empathy are such powerful tools.
Let
They're
me
like
have a pity
putting
party
water
so that I can
on
get
a
over my
plant or a
sad.
flower that is starting to go limp. When
Like,
we give something alive, that validation, that sort of water for a plant, it's amazing to watch how most people will start standing up straight again and be okay. You don't need to fix people's problems. You don't need to solve people's problems. And just so you all know, not all of us
No, you
need
can't.
to be happy every minute
the whole point
of
of
the
a
day.
friendship is
You
that you help
are
them
entitled
fix
to your
their
feelings. And that's
own
one
shit.
entitlement I can give now. So I hope this was clarified, this term invalidation, which is its own sort of freestanding dynamic in narcissistic relationships, and frankly can happen in all relationships. So thanks again for tuning in. As always, please hit that button, subscribe to this channel, hit that bell, get those notifications when we put up new videos, and thanks again for tuning in.
Literally about to burn the tent to the fucking ground. Well,
No,
burn
don't
the ground.
worry.
Just set
It
the tent on
won't get the
fire.
best of you. It's not as though 50 years or 30 years or even 6 months of anger are going to erupt out of you and leave you raging uncontrollably. I think some people are afraid of their anger getting out of control. Because even that past anger can become a useful tool to start understanding your choices, feelings, and experiences. Today, we're going to talk about a very interesting issue that comes up in a lot of people experiencing or who have experienced narcissistic abuse, and that's the
As
fear
soon as
of
I
being
see this
alone.
motherfucker
It
land,
might be
I'm
one of
going
you
to kill the
living with a
shit
narcissist,
out
so
of it.
let's break that one down. And before we go further, please join this channel, subscribe. We'd love for you to be a part of this community. And any of you have a thought about this, drop it in the comments. Despite having been through a narcissistic relationship, do any of you harbor that fear of being alone, and did that keep you stuck in your narcissistic relationship? So let's talk about the fear of being alone. Fear is one of those things that explains a lot about narcissistic relationships. The fear of being alone, interestingly, is a key part of what a survivor of narcissistic abuse goes through. Being in a relationship with a narcissist is such a mind-twisting experience that you stop trusting yourself. In addition, relationships with narcissists can be so controlling that you can slowly lose confidence in your own abilities. Control in relationships with narcissists is something that is often observed. The narcissists themselves are sort of obsessed with control. And their control means that over time, obviously, they have to run the show, and you may get robbed of the opportunity to make decisions in your own life. And there's a whole video in the series on indecision. So at one level, the fear of being alone may reflect some of the sort of dependency that the narcissistic relationship can bring up, and a false sense of inadequacy that without this relationship, you wouldn't be able to take care of yourself. So despite knowing that you are being treated horribly and recognizing the need for a change and wishing that all of this was different, the fear created by years of invalidation, gaslighting, dismissiveness, and just generally being diminished,
No
can
shit.
leave you believing that you cannot function without the
No
narcissist.
fucking
And that's a
shit.
rhetoric that the narcissist often shares, that you wouldn't be able to
I
make
was
it without them,
skip
and
this
they'll push
video,
that in your
but-
face. People experiencing narcissistic abuse, although there may be a sense of relief when it's done, of not having to endure their narcissistic abuse anymore, there's also often the fear that after the relationship, you will be alone forever.
Oh
That you
no!
will not
Like
be able to
it's-
find another partner or another companion. And this
Yeah,
fear
that
can get
doesn't do a
magnified in
companion
people
either.
who believe that as they get older, that they
So I
will be
realized
less
that they-
attractive as a partner, less desirable, etc.
They were starting
And
to
that
get better,
fear can leave some people just staying in their
and now
narcissistic
I was just the
relationship.
one who was damaged.
Or if they end up leaving, or their narcissistic
So they
partner should
wanted to
leave
dump
them,
me off on
they may
Catherine.
feel a sense of panic, anxiety, and euphoric recall. I should have never left that relationship. It really wasn't that bad.
Sean.
That kind of thing.
Yep.
If
When
you are from
Sean
a
told me to
narcissistic
move
family,
out and
the
come go live
fear
with him,
of
and I was
being
like, no,
alone
I can't
may
do
be
that. I'm not going to
pronounced
invade your
in
fucking life.
scapegoats who
He was like,
always
even if
felt
like,
they
you
were
want to be in
teetering
a
on
relationship
the
or
edge
not, like you
of
should not
being
be there
cast out.
because you're being
But also a byproduct
abused.
of the
Like he was like, that's
conditional
abuse.
love that is the
And I was like,
narcissistic
it felt
family.
like abuse, but like
When
I
it
kept
is
saying, like,
conditional,
I think
it
I'm in a abusive
stands to
relationship, and everyone
reason
kept telling
that
me
if you
no.
don't
Like I
play
don't
by
think
the
so. Like, I
narcissistic
think
family
you're being a
rule
bit
book or playbook,
of a
they might let
what do
you
call it?
go.
A victim.
They may not literally put you out on the street,
No, they
but
literally
they
put
may
me out on the street
withdraw,
and then took all my shit
withhold, and definitely
and then threw
psychologically
all my shit in the
abandon.
garbage.
There
and-
can be a precarious
And they tried to
sense
make it
that
seem like
always floats
they
around
tried to
when you are
salvage
in
my
a
shit.
narcissistic family
But they just
system.
wanted to look through
sense
it because
that
they
your
thought that I
narcissistic
was
parents could
stealing their
cast you out
stuff.
at any
But it
time.
was my stuff.
And because you
And they
never
were like,
know
well, some of my
exactly
stuff
what
was in
they
it too.
want or how to
So
be
you're welcome.
enough, it can be a pattern of
We got our stuff
narcissistic
back
abuse
and we tried to
that
salvage as much
trails
of your
you
shit as we could.
into
Like,
adulthood.
no, that's not even happened. You
This
guys literally
fear
looted my
of
shit
being
together,
alone can be something that
took what you guys
predates
wanted, and then
the
gave me back the
narcissistic
garbage.
relationship.
And
But in
then when
most
I was
cases,
upset about it, you guys were like,
this
"Oh, guess
fear
it's time
is
to start over
exacerbated
again."
by the narcissistic
I was like, "For the fourth
relationship,
time, are you serious?"
or
Like, I
this fear
didn't.
comes up through you
I
being
just didn't understand. I'm like, how could this be happening again? How
Many
did I just
people
lose
have
all my
said
shit
to
again?
me
I like this was
that they
last-
were
maybe last
independent,
like
and
3 times with
strong,
me.
happy people.
This is not
And
on me.
then they
This
got
is
into
not
this
on me at all.
relationship and years of manipulation,
And then to have to try to
control,
save it, like fucking
gaslight, all of
thank
it.
you
Turn
so
them
much for
from a
fucking
cheerful,
keeping some of my stuff from being thrown out.
self-reliant,
That's not even what happened.
independent person
You guys
into
wanted to
a
make sure
person
your stuff
who
didn't get
slowly
thrown out.
felt more and more dependent
And then you
on
guys
a
picked and
partner who
choose
was
what you think that
unempathic
I should
and
get to
dismissive.
keep.
The toxic combination of control,
Or what should be valuable to
gaslighting,
me.
and devaluation can take you into a space in which you start to wonder if you can actually
Why I
take care
don't
of
have
yourself.
anything because I don't want to get things.
Because in a
it's just
narcissistic relationship,
fucking-
they are so
Sometimes it is my fault that I
good
lose my
at
stuff
fooling your
because I'm
friends
like,
and
I just
families.
rather
Not
never
in
see
all
that
cases,
person
not
again.
in all cases, but not a small majority.
Rather than
The
going to
idea
fight for
of
my
leaving
shit.
a relationship
But
from
this
a
time I
narcissist
tried to fight for
and
my shit back.
striking out on your own can also feel potentially isolating
Now it's just
and
like
ramp up that fear
apparently
of being
taking
alone,
up
because
so
everyone
much space
wonders
in our
why you are
garage
leaving
that needs to get
and
thrown
don't
in the
quite
garbage.
understand it when you tell
When
them
we have
it's because
literally
of
housed
narcissistic
other
abuse or
people who
gaslighting.
got kicked out of their place. We've
So what
taken
do you
their
do
stuff
if you have this fear of
until they're
being
ready to
alone,
come take it.
secondary
My
to
stuff though is
narcissistic
too
abuse?
in the
First,
way.
practice being alone. And that may be difficult because of your living arrangement or your partner's sense of control, and obviously because
Oh,
of
wow.
the nature of the world these days. But if there's any
It's just
chance
stuff.
for you to
It's just stuff
be
and all my stuff
alone
can be
and
replaced.
see how
I
it
totally
feels,
get that,
then
but
give
that's
it a
why all my
try.
stuff is from the fucking trash.
but some of this
I have
can also
not
sort of be
literally
done
bought
inside your
anything
head.
in like
Play it out
7,
in your
8
head.
years.
What would it be like to come home to an empty house, to eat dinner alone, to watch TV alone, Imagine someday in the future having to go to events alone, sit at a friend's wedding
No.
alone, go to a party alone.
Well, no, I can
There
do it. I
may
don't
be
care.
some feelings of anxiety, but go
Yeah, but it's
deeper
fine.
in that.
Whatever.
Think
meet
about what it would
people
feel like to
that
not
you
be
wouldn't have met
criticized
otherwise.
during dinner,
That's what
or
I
not
love
be
about having my
invalidated
boyfriend.
while you watch
Guys
TV,
can literally talk
or
to me like
having
just on
having
the
to
road.
watch
They see me
your
and they start
partner
talking to
either
me.
showing
And
off at the party while they continue to
what's his
invalidate
name?
you, or complaining about the party. Think that
Mentor.
part through too.
Mentor was like, your boyfriend's
If you
here.
can
Yeah,
envision
he's
that
back.
life
He's
of
like,
some
oh,
sense
God,
of
oh, God,
serenity
get out of here
and peace
in
being
case he
alone,
wakes up.
then
Like,
you
I
may be
wouldn't
able
want
to
to
push
start a
back on
problem. I'm
that
like,
fear.
no,
And
no,
remember,
no.
you may not be
I'm sick
alone
of the kid.
forever.
You don't have to.
Number two
Run
is
off.
my tried and true favorite.
Like,
I'm going to suggest
He's
therapy.
not going to come out here and be like, who
Chip
the
away
fuck
at
is
the core
this?
in therapy.
He's
of
like,
what is fueling your fear of being
it's
alone?
a random
Years of
person that
being in a
stopped to
relationship
talk to me. Like, and I
in
told him
which
that I'm
someone
not
is telling you
interested.
that
And
you are incompetent
either he can continue to
and
talk to me like a human or he can fuck off.
and who has invalidated and gaslighted you have
But if
left
you want to keep
so
talking to me and
confused
actually treat me like I'm a
that
fucking
you
human
start to
being,
believe
even though I don't
they're
want to fuck
true.
you,
They're
like,
not, but you start to
that-
believe what they're doing and saying is true. If your
I can keep
choice is
talking
a
to that
manipulative
person. I don't have to
relationship
be worried
or
about
being
someone
alone,
coming up
I'm gonna
behind
tell
me
you
being
right
like, who
now,
the fuck is
that's
this?
a
Like,
no-brainer. From the mental
he
health
does his
perspective
job.
alone is always going to win.
like
Number three, I want you to consider
because it's
support
crazy. It's so
groups,
crazy. That, like,
online or
oh my
otherwise.
God,
And someday
person of
maybe
the
in person.
opposite
But
sex
to
is
bolster
conversing
support
with me.
and spend
Time
time
to
with
fucking
other
get ready to
like-minded
throw
people.
down. Like, what the fuck
Number
is wrong
four, I
with you
want you to
people?
start doing
I don't
something
get
you
it.
enjoy, and ideally something that gives you and fills you with meaning and purpose. And this can include hobbies, volunteering, maybe trying
I
to take
just
on
had
some
a bit of
new,
an
maybe even
epiphany,
more
I think.
advanced responsibilities at a job, going to school or going back to
I
school.
used to give Mom
The
and Allison
greater
shit
the
for it.
sense of efficacy, which is a word that's feeling of, I feel like I can do this, I can accomplish this. That gives you a little more strength
Me and Eric one day
to
we
push
walked up
back
in
on this fear of
Point
being
Clear
alone.
Village, and
In essence,
Mom
it gives you a
and
resilience.
Allison had made
Fear
friends with
of
these
being
like 22-year-old
is something that
guys
may
with guitars,
have plagued you
and they invited them back to
before,
Allison's place, and
long
they were just
before
like
this narcissistic relationship.
playing
In
music.
fact, your fear of
And
being
then
alone
they
may be why you
left.
got
Like,
into the relationship,
and
despite
no
all the
one
red
went
flags, and why you
inside to
stayed in it,
go
despite
do
all of the red
drugs or
flags.
get a
But it may
blowjob or go
also be
fucking
a
have
byproduct
sex and
of the
then like dip.
narcissistic
Like that
abusive
didn't happen.
relationship.
It was just
You may have
they
gone
had
from
guitars and they were
independent
playing their
to
guitars,
reliant
and Mom and Alice were
independent,
like, "Woo, we're
simply
fucking
within
drunk. What
the
are you guys
context
doing? You guys are
of
musicians,
this
blah blah.
narcissistic
I'll come
relationship.
like do a little
And
fucking
don't
jam
view the
sesh,
end of
and
your
that was it."
narcissistic relationship, or maybe even distancing yourself from your family, as a sentence to always being alone. There's many people out there who believe my friends are more family to me than my family is. There's people out there who say, "Oh goodness,
Yeah,
I don't think
have
I'm
to
ever
take
going to
that
meet
shit.
anyone again. I'll never be able to trust again." And lo and behold, they meet that person who compliments them, and they recognize that there's a huge difference between being in a narcissistic relationship and in a loving relationship. But as I said, there's almost a lot of single shaming in our culture.
Oh, it's
You're
so bad.
alone,
It's
what's
fucked
wrong
up.
with you?
It's
There ain't
super
nothing
fucked up.
wrong with you.
Why are you at
You're
a club
good.
if you're not
You
here
are
to hook
not
up?
withering in a
I was like, to
narcissistic
dance
relationship.
with my
That already
friends,
puts you
like,
ahead of the curve for
to
overall.
get drunk, dance with my
But the
friends,
fact
listening to music.
is that for
like,
a lot of people, being alone feels like a failure. It feels like an abandonment. It triggers a lot of old fears, and all of this fear of being alone, very, very much gets magnified.
I did not realize that I had a fear of being alone, and I had
So
my
here's
friends
this
used to
little
take
narrow topic
shifts
related to narcissism.
staying with me until I fell
I
asleep
bet more than a few
because
of you
I
have encountered
couldn't
this.
sleep
You're in a narcissistic
if there wasn't
relationship,
somebody else in the
and you
room.
know it's not going well.
And they used to
You
like
can
keep
even
staying with
sense
that
the
until
discard
she
is
fell
happening.
asleep. I was like,
And you're
I
really
didn't know you guys
uncomfortable.
fucking talked about it with each other.
But
Like,
you don't want to
that's
let the
kind of fucked
relationship
out.
go because you're
Like,
afraid.
and I was like, now that you
of
mentioned
being
it, I
replaced.
do remember
So
that.
let's talk about that. Let's talk about that fear
Like,
of
fear
being
was like you couldn't
replaced by
you
someone
couldn't be
new
left alone,
and how
or
it keeps
else
you
you wouldn't
stuck
sleep.
in a narcissistic
And
relationship.
it was way, way,
This
way
is a
before I ever
refrain
even
I
did
hear
drugs.
over
Like,
and over and over again from people who are in narcissistic relationships. They'll say things like, "I know this relationship is unhealthy. I know I need to get the hell out of this relationship.
where am I
I know
supposed to
this
go?
relationship is not going to change, but..."
No, Dom saved me.
And then they start on the whole
Dom
litany
fucking
of
straight up
buts.
saved my life.
Some of their buts are, "I can't afford to leave." Some of the buts are, "I don't want to be alone
No,
for
and
the
I
rest of my
left,
life."
and Dom still let me come back.
Many, many times. The but, as it were. Especially when it comes to
I
intimate
think
or
because
close
he
romantic
knows that he should
relationships.
tell me the truth, but I
The
get
but
it. Like,
is circling around this fantasy. The fantasy
I get why
And
you
the
was too
fear
scared to tell me
is
the
the
truth.
narcissist
I
is going
just
to replace you
wish she would
with
have
somebody
given me
new
like a little bit more
and do it quickly. Or maybe they've already found
benefit of
somebody.
the doubt that I would
And that
be like,
plays on
hey,
this terrible
let's
fear
talk about it.
of
How are we
being
gonna figure it
replaced.
out? But
Now,
it's because he
so many
wasn't gonna
times
stop doing what he was
when
doing.
people are cheated on by narcissists,
That's fucked
they'll
up. That's
wonder,
really cool.
what does
Actually.
this new person have that I don't? So they go right there. If they're cheating on them, they must have something I don't. So then they'll go on the deep dive, right? They'll go look at the social media pictures of the new person, or they'll become a sort of private investigator for the day, and they'll find out that that so-called replacement may not even be particularly attractive, or may not be doing much with their lives, or isn't a particularly interesting person. Like, they ain't all that. It's not like you're being replaced by sort of
A
some
version
cover
of
of a
you.
magazine. May not be successful. Now, obviously, if you were replaced, you may not know this new person, but at the face of it,
That's
it may
funny.
seem like that new person isn't all that. They don't seem that much better. So for so many people who feel like the narcissist has moved on, they ruminate over this question: why am I being replaced? Now, there is something this new person has, though, that you don't have and you'll never have. You know what it is? Brand new narcissistic supply.
Oh yeah.
Shiny new validation. You might already
Okay.
be a little bit burned out
I get
on
it.
them, and narcissists always need novelty. This new person is a person who isn't on to them, a person they can future fake and manipulate and still get away with it because the new person hasn't figured it out. In a logical world, if the narcissist, for example,
Oh.
started to cheat on someone or lie to someone or just was behaving badly in a relationship, there might be a sigh of relief. Ah, this is great. He's breaking up with me. Now he's someone else's problem. But that's not how it goes. Something very primitive can get triggered in
Oh my god,
survivors
this
of
ant is
narcissistic
literally
abuse.
pulling off
And
the dead
despite
body.
knowing
Oh my
that
god.
your
Of
narcissist
I think it's
going on to
earwig.
someone new is basically passing a problem on
That is
to
fucking
someone else.
brutal as
And
shit.
it's probably, almost, I can say definitely, the best thing that could happen to
He's
you.
like literally
Those deep
peeling the
wounds you
body
have
off
around
of a
feeling
paper
replaced,
towel.
around feeling that
That's
you were not
fucked
the one who
up.
was chosen, those get activated. I've taken to calling this replacement neurosis. And it's really, really problematic because people who have this strong feeling of replacement anxiety or replacement neurosis can make them much more vulnerable to getting hoovered. And then you get stuck into a narcissistic relationship, or you may stay in an unhealthy narcissistic relationship for longer
I'm really
because you don't
surprised
want to
that
be
dog stuck it
replaced.
out as long as he
Now,
did.
once the narcissist realizes that a partner's fear of being replaced, so the narcissist starts to realize, like, as long
He
as I
loved
bring
it.
that
He
up,
loved
I've
the
got
fact
complete
that
control
like
over this
without
person.
him,
It really
I had
sets up
nowhere
a
to
dangerous
go.
precedent. That any time the
Except like
narcissist
my
feels
fatal
that
people,
their
but like
partner
fatal's not somewhere I want to
is
live.
starting to assert
I
themselves,
love it there, but I don't want to live
then
there.
that narcissist may
Like,
pull out that
I am
subtle
much better
threat
than that. Like,
about
not that
the
I'm
new
much better than
friend they
that,
need
but
to
like
go
I
see,
can
or
provide
someone
myself
new that they're
more,
working with, or putting out those shady
and I
likes
don't want
and
to
comments on
have to
social
choose
media.
to
They
struggle.
know
Like
when they
that's
do
not
that,
a good
you
choice.
just sort of hop to it because you're afraid of being replaced.
Like I don't want to
Listen,
fucking
you
struggle
can't
anymore.
control
Like
the
I'm not looking
narcissist,
to fucking
but you can start to get to
become like
core
a fucking
of
Westy
these
boat person,
replacement
but like
fears that
I'm
you
tired
have.
of
These
fucking
replacement anxieties, these replacement neuroses
scraping
have
by.
roots deep in your
So that
childhood.
when
They almost
I
always
have
do.
a bit of extra food,
And
I go bring it to my
therapy is
people who
often required
are usually
to
fucking
really do
hungry
that
and
deep
they're really
dive
struggling.
of tying this back to issues
I don't do
that
it
come out of your
just solely
family
to
of
make
origin.
myself
And
feel
these may relate
better,
to things
but
like
I try to give
triangulation,
back to the people that fucking helped me.
inconsistency in your parents,
I can always go back to
unavailability
PayPal.
of the parents,
Always, and there'll
sibling
always be someone who
issues,
will be willing to
siblings
take me
being
in.
compared to each other, or being from a family of origin where love and regard was so
And
conditional,
these are people that
and in
have
which you
fucking
really
nothing.
believed you could be booted out or no longer loved
That's
if you
why I
didn't
love
perform the
PayPal
way
more
your
than
parents
anything.
wanted or provide the validation that they
Anybody
wanted.
can go there.
This replacement fear can also emanate from being from a family
Even if you
in which
fucking like
one
had
of your
cops
parents
come
was
and fucking make
unfaithful.
and
and
see,
left the family to
you
go
fucking
make a
had
new life
everybody
with this
fighting
new
with
person.
each other, and like
It can
doesn't
also
matter.
play on
come back
you
and
have
you'd be like,
an earlier family of origin wounds,
I was fucked
and
up.
then you come into adulthood
Sorry
and you
about
have
that,
experiences of
but
infidelity
I'm
in other relationships.
trying to be better now,
Being
and they will always
replaced
accept you
is a
back.
primal fear. In fact, it can even be that your parents bring home your baby sister or brother and give all their attention to them. Now, please keep in mind that what I'm talking about with replacement is very different from something I've talked about in the past called rejection sensitivity. Remember, I talked about that idea of how hyperreactive people with certain personality patterns, particularly like narcissistic personality patterns or other personality disorders, that when they perceive any form of rejection, they react really, really ragefully and angrily. That this is what I'm talking about here is not that. This kind of anxiety, this replacement anxiety, circles very specifically around concerns that someone new is going to come along and replace you in the narcissist's life. And interestingly, although the person, let's say you're glad to lose your narcissist, you're okay with the person, with the relationship going away because you know it's not a healthy relationship. It's not about the relationship going away. The bigger issue is someone new coming along and replacing you in your role in that relationship. It's different than rejection sensitivity because this isn't
For
about
me
rejection
being
itself.
too
It's about
fucking
being
broken
replaced.
now,
Now,
that the
this
new person
phenomenon
that
around
is not
rejection
gonna be
anxiety or
like
this
that
phenomenon
is
around
just like, you're like,
replacement
yo,
anxiety
you're
or
too much,
replacement
like
fear,
you're too broken.
it's really important to understand because
Because
there's
that's
a
all
risk,
I've been
there's
fucking
a
told my
really
whole
big
life
risk
is that
the fear
I'm
of being
broken.
replaced
I was
is
born
so
this way,
profound
and I will never
that
be
it
able to get
keeps
better.
people in narcissistic relationships much longer than is good for them. So you need to think about this for yourself. If this idea of your fear of being replaced is why you're staying in this relationship, ask
Are you
yourself
fucking for
why
real?
your replacement fear is so pronounced. Because honestly, the next person will endure exactly what you went through, the same gaslighting, the same manipulation. And whether you might have a little bit of schadenfreude about the new person, like kind of getting off on their misery, or just sadness for them, that's the reality. This new person who replaces you is not going to have a nice experience. The more you understand what keeps you stuck in a narcissistic relationship, the better off you're going to be in terms of making decisions. And understanding this dynamic of your fears of being replaced is a really big one. Some people stay in their narcissistic relationship. They know that pretty much as soon as they leave, the narcissist is going to find someone new. But interestingly, they know that the narcissist can't go all engines forward into a new relationship because they still have yours, and they may not want to go through, for example, the headache of a divorce. Some people in those cases will stay in a narcissistic relationship to sort of block the narcissist from going into a new relationship. So there is a sort of kind of a guilty pleasure of ha 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 and blocking them from a new life. But you really got to ask yourself, am I cutting off my nose to spite my face because I'm staying in this really unhealthy relationship just because I don't want to deal with my own personal anxieties of being replaced? Nobody can replace you because you're you. But if somebody else wants your really uncomfortable seat at the table with the narcissist, honestly, I'd give it to them and move on into your own bright future. So what we're going to take on today, a sort of really difficult topic, is this idea of staying in a narcissistic relationship because you're afraid about how you will. Now, we know that narcissistic people operate as vampires. And instead of, no, don't worry, it won't get the best of you. It's not as though 50 years or 30 years or even 6 months of anger are going to erupt out of you raging uncontrollably. I think some people are afraid of their anger getting out of control, and it ain't yours. In narcissistic relationships, they hold the emotional thermostat. They set the temperature, and they get to take ownership on all emotions and dictate it.
The fuck
and
out
get
of
to
here!
decide which ones you are allowed to have. And as you can guess, anger does not tend to be on that list of permissible emotions. A key to healing is finding a way to be with your anger, to give it permission. If someone does something that pisses you off, be pissed. Be with that feeling of anger. Take it apart. hold it in your hands and ask yourself, what is happening here? Why am I feeling the anger? Name it, call it anger. Anger doesn't mean you have to leave. It doesn't even mean that you have to express it to the narcissistic person. But by being with the anger, you may actually get out of the trauma-bonded haze for a minute and then reflect on what the issues are that are bringing up the anger. Most survivors of narcissistic abuse learn to silence their anger a long time ago, to turn it into other emotions.
Sorry, Jack.
Be with your anger and use it to your advantage. And no, don't worry, it won't get the best of you. It's not as though 50 years or 30 years or even 6 months of anger are going to erupt out of you and leave you raging uncontrollably. I think some people are afraid of their anger getting out of control. Because even that past anger can become a useful tool to start understanding your choices, feelings, and experiences. All of these emotions, sadness, joy, anger, fear, anxiety, surprise, they're temporary, like all emotions, right? They come and go. The problem is that some of them scare us because of our histories, and we try to bottle them up. And narcissistic people don't want us to have our own emotional world anyhow. Let your anger flow. Let it be a real teacher. Again, you don't need to pronounce it from the rooftops. And honestly, sharing anger with a narcissistic person is going to get you nowhere really, really fast. But be aware of it. Pay attention to it. This is where that work of turning inward and saying, yep, I'm feeling angry. This is my emotion. My emotions are always warranted because they're your emotion. Give yourself this time and space to do that. And then take that as the lesson you need to decide, what do I want to do in this relationship? But I understand anger is a very complex history with so many of us. That anger was such a forbidden state for us to be in since we were small children, that to have it now doesn't make sense. And we also know that sometimes anger can be scary because whether reasons of gender or culture or anything, we're taught that it's an unacceptable emotion. All emotions are acceptable. Listen to that anger because, like I said, it can be a real teacher. So this comes up quite a bit. People send in this question. I've seen this comment. People brought it up when they talk to me. People saying, you know what I'm getting afraid of?
Here, go ahead.
I'm afraid that I'm using all of my empathy after
No,
I've
not
been in
there.
a relationship with a narcissist,
Wanna go
or
sit
I've been
inside?
hurt by a narcissist with more than
I'll
one
bring you
narcissist.
inside with this.
It's a very interesting question, and I'm
bugs.
hoping to bring some
No.
clarity to it today. This question, am I going to lose all of my empathy, is something that has come up with so many survivors that I've talked with, worked with, and heard from. Think about it, and many of you understand this after being so hurt, so burned, and especially if after surviving one narcissistic person like this, or growing up with someone like this, you encounter another and another. Many people are afraid that they will lose their empathy. There is also the more heart-rending question of what is the point of having empathy? You're going to get played. You're going to get taken advantage of. It's my empathy that got me into this damn mess in the first place. So let's take this apart in a few ways.
Because everybody's hurting,
by talking
and everyone's been through fucked up
who are
shit.
still currently in a narcissistic relationship. You may still be in it because
And there
you
needs
can't
to be
get
people
out.
who can take
Or
fucking
you're just beginning to think about getting out, but you're
people
scared or
shitting
you
on
don't know what
them.
to do. Or maybe you don't want to get out. And all of these are normal patterns. Remember, probably
They're
about
not.
half of people stay in these situations, so it's a normal circumstance. Please don't judge yourself. My goal is to
No,
give you
but like if
workarounds.
you're not gonna
These are rough
change, don't think the other
relationships,
person
right?
change. If you
Day
start
in and day out
trying to better
of
yourself, and the
getting
other
no
person's not
empathy
willing
from
to
another person. And the
even
usual
take a look in the
menu
mirror,
of
then fuck it.
manipulation, gaslighting, invalidation, entitlement,
Kind of.
rage, with some passive aggression for dessert. Day after day, you try whatever you can. You try firewalling and gray rocking. You try not taking the bait. But to do that, over time, day after day, week after week, year after year, it can mean that you start to feel robotic. The human you, the empathic you want to engage. You want them to understand. You want to be passionate.
Yeah, but I
But the
couldn't
wiser
actually have an
you know,
interaction with anybody
it won't
without
work
like
if you do
fucking
that.
having an
So the
emotional
robotic
breakdown.
you sets in.
Random fucking
The problem
strangers,
is
and they're
that
like,
it
"Oh
can
my
be
god,
really
do you need
difficult
help?"
to turn
I'm like,
off
"No,
the
she's just like
robotic
this."
you, even when
Like,
you're with
no,
other
I'm
people,
not
not with
just
the
like this
narcissist, but when
at
you're with
all.
nice people.
It really, a lot of this
I was
comes
just
down
like
to how
fucking desperate to reach out for
central
anybody
or
who can
time
explain to me
consuming a
why
narcissistic
this is
person is in
happening.
your life. For example, if it's a partner or a spouse or someone you work closely with or a friend you see
That was
every
dumb.
day, it may be a very primary central social interaction for you. And as a result, it may start leaving you feeling numb in all of your social interactions. And little by little, you may feel like you're not being sufficiently empathic with
No, I
anyone.
couldn't activate
It's
any
as
other
though
relationship with
empathy
a
is a
person because
muscle,
I might have to be
and
like,
you never get
well,
to use it very much because you're always living in a
because my
gray rock,
significant
gray
other's now
scale
full
kind of
on
a
freak
world.
out. I don't want
You
you
have to be
to
like
see
that,
the
right? With the
side of my
narcissistic
life,
people around
like
you. And
having
emotion
him
and
come up
empathy can
and be
feel
like,
dangerous,
"What is my
and
fucking
that they're going to make
girlfriend?"
you vulnerable.
It's
It's
embarrassing.
really hard to jump between
Like
being
what?
a
What am I supposed to do?
robot
Nothing? It's
and a
like,
warm
hey, like
person. And from a survival
for this?
perspective, sadly,
No, not for this.
if you're chronically having
Like
to defend against the
Marlowe.
narcissist, the robot often wins. Then there is the aftermath. After you get out of a narcissistic relationship, as we have broken down in other videos, getting out of one of these relationships can feel like mortal combat.
Yeah.
You can feel ruined by the entire experience and have lost your faith in humanity, love,
Fucking
and
piece of
empathy.
shit.
You may feel jaded and ask yourself, why should I be nice to anyone? I get it. Anyone who's been through it gets it. And then people get scared and wonder, maybe I'm no longer empathic. Oh no, if I'm not that empathic, maybe that means I'm the narcissist now. And people really go down that rabbit hole. It doesn't work that way. Interestingly, we do know that in the aftermath of trauma, people may actually experience a bit of a flattening of their emotion, a sort of emotional numbness. That's not necessarily a loss of empathy. It's almost like a sort of a disconnect from the emotion, and that disconnect almost serves a protective function in the fallout of trauma. But obviously, it's not a healthy or viable long term strategy, and it's something that would need to be addressed in trauma therapy if that was the case.
Yeah.
The fact is, empathy doesn't just disappear. If you've got it, you've got it. But I think of it as a bunch of stuff in a very messy closet. If you really had to go full robot because you're in such a narcissistic world, your empathy wasn't getting appreciated. So it's like it got buried under some stuff. And now you don't even know how to wear the empathy now that you've dug it out of that messy closet, right? Your empathy is there. In fact, survivors
now I
of
can retrain
narcissistic
myself to
abuse
be
retain that
empathetic,
empathy
but
in
not
remarkable
overly
ways,
emotional.
despite all that they've been
Or
through.
like be
and
so
really
invested
test it.
into someone
I
else's
know
emotional
people who are
state.
going through brutal divorces, horrible family battles, abusive bosses, and they still take the time to check in with the people in their lives, or will remember a difficult situation that someone else is going through. It's because you became so numb in this one relationship. It's easy to start to believe that your empathy has all gone away because you aren't getting to use it in a key or an impactful relationship in your life. But I promise you it's there. As someone who works every day with survivors
but
who are
I
going
knew
through horrific situations, I am
if I could
so
make that
struck
go
on a
away,
daily really that even in the midst of their pain, they
I
will, in
would
the
have
kindest
made a
way,
point to
always
do that
ask about me and if I'm doing
many
okay.
years ago. Like
It's
first
stunning.
one or two
And it
people
always
that I'm like,
reminds me
I feel like maybe
that
that
their
wasn't fair
resilience
treatment. Like
is what's
I
going
would
to
have just
carry
been
them
like,
through
hey, let's
this.
not do that again. But,
Their empathy, despite all they're coming up against with narcissistic
and I can't
abuse,
go my
is a
entire
flame
life just being
that cannot be
completely
extinguished,
alone
and frankly, it's
forever,
a
like
privilege
because people are
to be able
terrible.
to witness it. It can be very challenging to go back and forth from having a loving, empathic moment with someone and then quickly having to pivot and start gray rocking with the narcissist in your life. Most of us get whiplash from switching. So some people find that if they are in a particularly difficult narcissistic relationship, that they will have difficulty being emotionally and empathically available across the board. So they find themselves just getting more and more numb. As you come to understand narcissism, the impact it has on you and on your mental and your physical health, as you get a little better at gray rocking or firewalling or boundary setting, as you do your very best to keep some healthy people in your life, the ones who have plenty of empathy, you will see that your
Motherfucker.
empathy is there. And it
Fucking
really
bitch.
is, as much as it always has been. But you do have to mask it at times to protect yourself. The more time you have to spend each day with exposure to narcissistic abuse, the harder it is to be as emotionally open with that empathy, because you don't get to practice it and it doesn't always feel safe. But again, I want to reassure you, you don't lose it. Many people have told me that it took them months, sometimes even years, perhaps after a divorce or the death of a significant narcissistic person in their lives or leaving a job, before they could fully exhale, before they could let their guard down and bring an emotional fullness and a vulnerable empathy to more and more situations in their life. Frankly, it makes sense to be self-protective after you are emotionally and psychologically wounded. But
For
the
fuck's
fear
sake.
that the empathy is gone and that you are now a monster, it doesn't work that way. And you know.
I
Many
wish.
people will say, "Oh, I lost my empathy for the narcissist." That's for sure. You didn't really. Your empathy may have transferred over more to a feeling of pity or that they're pathetic, and likely you had empathy for them for a really long, long time, despite
Fuck's
all that
sake.
happened and they did to you.
Come on.
And honestly, for many survivors, once they can
Fuck,
get some
man.
distance, either get out of the relationship and get some distance, perhaps even after they go no contact, they will sometimes say about the narcissist in their life, after all this, I just feel sorry for them. And they'll shrug it away. There's still a little empathy there. Empathy doesn't mean that we surrender to someone and listen to their abusive rant. Empathy means that we don't attack a narcissistic person's wounds and vulnerabilities. Even when they do it to us, we don't do it back. We just attempt to set our boundaries or leave the relationship with grace, or survive the relationship with grace.
Nope.
So empathy is, in fact, like a mountain spring that does keep replenishing. Sometimes, and I live here in California, which is drought central, sometimes during a dry spell, it may seem like a trickle, but it's always there. And your empathy, it's like that mountain stream. It's always there. Empathy is like a little bit of a superpower. But like all superpowers, you gotta use it in the right place. Whether it is a kindness to a stranger you see, or reaching out to an old loyal friend, or any of the other good people who are in your life, use your empathy with the people where it benefits both you and them. Flex that muscle. I promise you that the narcissistic relationships in your life will not rob you of all of your empathy. But I understand your fear. And if you have to take on these battles every single day, it can feel like there's very little empathy left. But trust me, like that mountain spring, it's there. Thanks again.
It is a terrible feeling to know that they actually can keep it together, they're able to keep together, but that they're not willing to do that for you, that they choose not to keep it together for you. Instead, they take their rage out on you. It's very frustrating. It leaves a lot of people to blame
That's why
themselves.
it's fucking having my personal
So this series is really
relationship
going to break down
baggage
the sort
aired
of continuum of narcissism
in front of
and
people
how to
that I
manage
have respect
narcissistic
for.
relationships at different levels of severity.
It's
It's
been like
very,
twice so
very
far
clear
at
that
least
narcissism
that
is on a
I'm like,
continuum.
okay, this
From
is
sort
like
of low-grade,
I don't
superficial,
usually put up with
egocentric,
this, like-
attention-seeking narcissism, all the way up to manipulative, exploitative, menacing, coercive, terrifying, malignant narcissism. The diversity of subtypes and severity can sometimes leave people trying to figure out how to cope in their particular situation and feeling as though their story is actually quite different than someone else's who's in a narcissistic relationship. A person who is coping with, or who is raised by, or working with, or whatever, in a relationship with a low-grade narcissist. Low-grade narcissists sort of seem like immature baby adults. They're managing something quite different than the terror and fear of someone who is managing a malignant, exploitative, and at times seemingly dangerous narcissistic person. These
I
two
feel
sets of
much
people
better.
may feel as though they're in entirely different situations and require different tools. It
No!
may leave one group wondering, am I actually in a
Rat,
relationship?
rat.
Their story is real different than mine. Because there's variability, many people aren't even clear that the model of narcissism three-part series that takes spectrum.
Sucker.
And I'm going to sort of
Sucker.
break it down into low, medium,
Ow.
These three classifications result in different experiences for the people in relationship with these folks, different types of coping, and different sets of expectations. And may help you understand, like, oh,
Now
I see
everyone's
why my
gonna die.
situation's a little bit different. So let's start with the low-grade narcissist. It seems like a nicer place to start. These are folks who you may experience as superficial, attention-seeking, shallow, immature, egocentric, mildly entitled, a bit grandiose, at times kind of needy. And these are folks who never really quite evolve into full-on adulthood. There's a personality style out there that, I don't like the name of it, but it's a thing. It's called histrionic personality. That personality
I don't
style
like
really takes
that
in a lot of the
either.
territory of the lower grade
I
narcissism.
do not like it.
These are
like
folks
the
who are
term
emotionally
histrionic.
shallow, dramatic,
Like,
who
not
consider
only do I
relationships
not
to be
like the
closer
name
than
of
they
it
really are,
in its
who are
entirety,
very
the definition of it, I feel like
and who are
it's
quite
kind of
uncomfortable
bullshit.
when they are not the center of attention or aren't getting all the adulation and compliments. They tend to use their appearance to draw attention to themselves and may often be quite flirty, handsy.
Yeah, but I don't
and
think
sort of
this is
seductive-y.
borderline in any way.
They tend to live in a
Because it gets put in
low-grade
the category
fantasy
of
world
borderline
all the
personality
time.
disorder, and
You may
personally,
want,
like,
you
I
may
just, like,
see them seeking out sort of their fantasies of fame and
I feel like
fortune,
it's like how the
talking
Catholic
about
Church is
their
like kind of
fantasies
using
a lot. The big house I'm going to
LGBT
have, the hit
to
record,
push
the
their like
influencer
trans narrative.
fame.
I
Who
feel like
knows?
it's very
Maybe some of them
similar.
will make it, but they
And like
talk
all the
about it so
pedophiles
often
that they're trying
that
to
it
cover
almost
up,
becomes their narrative.
like,
that they're
and
living
make
in it, but they're
okay
not.
that
And
like
it's
pedophilia is
frustrating
like
as a
fucking
result.
rampant
In a word,
in
low-grade
in the
narcissistic
place
people
that we
are often
live.
experienced as annoying.
Like,
They aren't scary like the malignant folks, or even that good at being manipulative. There is an immature,
no, but they
annoying, again, at
destroy
times
people's
needy
lives
quality
for the
to them.
most part. Like,
They sort of run their lives as baby adults. They look like adults.
yeah, but like
they
it's only
maintain
because we
rather
allow them
childlike
to. It's
inspiration,
because
which
we
some
are
level is
like,
fine, but they
we
may
make
try to do this on
excuses.
other people's backs
Yeah,
and get resentful when their pursuit of fame or fortune or their
They're
whatever their
super
big next
vindictive,
big
like-
thing is isn't realized. The low-grade narcissistic folks think famous people or famous adjacent people are so cool without really getting to know them. Hip cred really matters to them. But again, they aren't the mean, gaslighting, manipulative, cut you to your soul narcissists. This is your 45-year-old friend that still cares deeply about the number of likes they got on their sunset picture, or
Yeah,
ask you to
because you
retake the
guys
picture of them
will
27
literally,
times with
like,
them holding up
cater
the
to
wine
this,
glass, or the person that
weird
still talks about
child
how they are just about to make it
shit,
big.
like,
This is the next big
super
thing. Wait till I
fucking
tell you
weird.
who I just met.
I
Or the
really
family
don't. And they're
member
like, oh
that
well, we don't want to
monopolizes the
upset
holiday
them.
table
It's like,
conversation
why not?
and makes everything
Like,
about them.
they're
Again,
being
it's
a dick.
annoying, but it's not cruel. Relationships with these low-grade narcissistic folks can actually sometimes be really fun, especially if they're sort of a fun friend to go out with, or in the early dates of a romantic relationship, when it may be exciting sex, public displays of affection, lots of social media love displays, loud laughter, fun nights out, and feeling
Yeah,
as
it's
though
so
you are with
temporary,
potentially the
though.
most
Like,
attractive
you
and
gotta know
charismatic
after like
person
a
in
couple
the place.
times doing this, like,
Over time,
it's super
as life
temporary.
happens, and it isn't just happy hour or a dinner party or a music festival, and you actually have to do real
Oh
life
no,
stuff
it's a
like
huge
budgets
part
or
of having
compromise.
not just like
These
an intimate
low-grade
relationship, any
narcissistic
kind of
folks will
relationship,
start
a
wearing
friendship,
thin.
any kind of
The
relationship.
conversations are rarely deep.
If
the
you
intimacy can
cannot
feel
do
quite
anything
shallow.
other than be like,
And when you have
"Woo!
adult
Party,
needs
blue
that may
girls,"
require them to be emotionally regulated or make a sacrifice, or perhaps you
or it's like
need
they
to
always call
work
it like,
or need
you're being a
space to
buzzkill.
just
It's
get a
like,
deadline
but
met.
there's
They
someone
may
died.
sulk
Like,
like a spoiled, petulant child that wants to go to the park instead of you working. You will feel like a parent and be the one who has to ensure that the bills get
no, I
paid
don't
on
fucking
time
care that
and that
nonsense.
stuff
Fuck
gets done
that.
around the house. And at times you
You're
may
fucking
burn out and having to
assholes.
be
Not
in this
fucking
sort of
kidding you, like, you're a
adulting
fucking
role
child.
in this relationship. In vulnerable narcissism,
The
when it
apologizing thing I
presents
find
at
the
lower
weirdest.
levels, it really looks like sullen adolescence, petulant, bratty.
Mhm.
Why do I have to do this and nobody else
Mhm.
does? Kind of 15-year-old who won't empty the dishwasher kind of stuff.
Mhm.
If you are in a relationship with someone like this, you may want them to put
Yeah,
their
yeah.
big kid pants on and take some responsibility.
Shaming.
Help out a little bit.
Shaming.
Act a little bit more like an adult and less like a sullen teenager. And when you call them out on
Yeah.
their patterns, you may get a bit of a sneer and some irritability when they do not get their way.
You have to do it
So in
discreet
the long
shaming
term, you may
now.
wonder, how am I supposed to cope with a low-grade narcissist?
Discreet shaming.
If you are in a
If they know that
relationship
you are
with a low-grade
intentionally trying
narcissist,
to publicly shame
I
them
guess
so
your
that
expectations have to be
they
around a
stop
more
acting like little
shallow,
children,
superficial,
that's when the
kind of
vindictive
immature
bullshit
relationship.
comes.
And yes,
Like,
it will be annoying at times. You're not going to encounter the malevolent, antagonistic, and manipulative abuse that we tend to see
no,
in
if they
higher
do
levels
catch
of
you doing it
narcissism.
on purpose,
But
they're like,
instead,
oh, okay,
you may
I see,
feel
I get
like
it
you're
now,
in a
I get it,
relationship
I get what
with
this is.
sort of an overgrown
I mean,
adolescent.
this is me
They
proving my
may not
point,
step up and
and you're
adult
upset
in
about
ways
it?
like putting things away around the house, getting the tax stuff together, that
Closing
kind of stuff.
the cupboard.
And you may see some angry tantrums when you do call them out on their immaturity or their pie in the skyness. You may also see some neediness and that they want to spend more time together when you actually may have to do your adult stuff like work. Now, some folks may find a relationship with a low-grade narcissistic person to actually be quite workable. They
Yeah.
may find that even though they're in a relationship with this low-grade narcissist, that their own deeper intellectual
want to
needs,
date a
maybe they're
child?
being
Is
met
that
at
why?
work or in
Like-
school, that their emotional needs are being met with other friends or family, and recognize that, for example, they may just simply be very physically attracted to their
Shit.
partner who is a low-grade narcissist, or still have lots of fun with them, or have some shared hobbies with them, or may not actually even mind being in a parental role with a partner because it works for them. So like,
no.
I just sort of like to be the one who's in
No.
charge.
No,
Gaslighting
weird.
and other
That's not a
toxic themes
relationship.
may
That's
pop up in a light way from time to
dictatorship.
time, but like I said, likely in a more
That's like
adolescent,
ownership,
lighter
like-
manner, rather than the more targeted campaign
I don't know. Maybe I'm
that's
wrong, but
designed
that's
to
just fucking weird
dissemble
to
your
me.
sanity in a way we might see in a
You
more
should be a
severe,
team.
hardcore
You should be
narcissistic
like
person.
collaborating
Low-grade narcissists may do
and
immature,
use
sort of
give
shady
and
things,
take,
like
not just
liking
tell me what to
inappropriate pictures
do.
on social media
That's
or
like someone who's
posting inappropriate
shit they
things to
need
get
go
attention.
work out with a
Again,
therapist, maybe.
It's annoying, right? As always with any
Okay, I
narcissistic
get it. I
style,
guess it is
this is also not a
easier
style that is,
'cause it's
it's not likely to
predictable.
change that much. There may be some patchy empathy here and there. Maybe it's just enough to get you by. There is not likely to be much self-reflective capacity or awareness of how their behavior is affecting you. You may pick up the same towel
Oh,
off
it's
the
pretty
ground
fucking easy. You
365
start
days a
doing
year.
exactly
And no
the
matter
same
how
thing
many
to them,
times you point it out or you ask,
and then you just
they
have to kind of
just
wait
don't
for them
remember.
to forget
Not
about it and
to
be like,
stick
"Do
it
you
to
like
you,
when I do that to you?"
but because it
So why
just
do you
doesn't
think you would
matter
like
to them
that? What I
that your
why do you
environment
think
is
it's
being
okay to do
affected
it to me
and
then?
they don't care that the towel is on the ground. A
And it's
person with a
amazing how
low-grade
often
narcissistic
they
style
go,
may not take the time to learn about or
"Oh."
participate in
I'm
things
like, what do you
that
mean,
matter to you unless they
oh?
interest them. Again, only you know if that
Been
disinterest
like
actually matters to you
year
enough to bother
long
you.
argument
But the bottom line is that their relationship
that I've
probably
tried
never gonna be that deep.
to rectify
Sharing
or like
parenting duties with a
just,
low-level
like,
narcissistic person
put to
is a bit of a
rest
mixed
for
bag. In
fucking
some ways,
years
their
and it,
childishness
different
can make them
ways, and
a
they
fun
just don't
parent for the kids. However, it would
get
be
it or
damn near
comply.
impossible for them to balance the demands of work and parenting.
I
They
hate
may,
doing
for
that
example,
though.
resent you if you ask them to help with children after a day at work or on the weekend
I
where they'll
hate
say,
having
I've been
to-
working all week.
Oh, you do this
When
to me,
they
so
do
I do it
step
to
up
you
for the
thing.
children,
Like, it's
they
so
will
fucking
not
waste my
be the
fucking
parent
life.
who is good at rules, routines, limits, boundaries, making dentist
But if I have
appointments,
to do it
filling out
every time
school
that way,
forms, all
I
of that
don't.
kind of killjoy,
I'll
keep
do
the
it the
trains
one
running on
time.
time stuff.
Later on, if I
The
have to do it
low-grade
again, I'll do it
narcissistic
again. But
person
like,
might very well throw a hell of a
if for
birthday party. It'll
every
be fun
fucking
at that
thing-
birthday party at least. Might dress them up like mini-me's. They may be the one who cheers the loudest at the soccer game. And as the children come up into adolescence and adulthood, will want to be a friend more than a
motherfucker.
parent. The low tolerance for frustration may mean that in lower grade narcissistic people, they may
Please.
not do well with children who are misbehaving or are difficult to soothe or who are mouthy in adolescence.
Mouthy.
You have to be the parent times two if you have children with someone
Yeah.
like this or with honestly any
Go
narcissistic
find a
person.
better.
This is
parental
really
figure.
sort of your classic prototypically Disneyland parent. Now, here's a
God.
question. What if you had a parent like this? What if you had your own parent when you were growing up was a low-grade narcissist? This wasn't always an easy way to grow up, but it wasn't impossible. And it may not have been the wasteland of invalidation and
Mhm.
rage that those with
Because
narcissistic
she's
parents
also an
further up
empath, which
the
I didn't think
severity
you could
spectrum
vote.
had to endure. It may even have been fun at times.
Yeah.
But there's also an anxiety to having a low-grade narcissistic parent. Children need
Mm.
routine, structure,
Mm.
rules,
Oh yeah.
expectations, and someone who is
Desperate for
compassionately
structured
keeping the
routine.
trains running on time.
I would make to-do lists
These are the
at
parents who
7.
may not stay on top of things,
What do
or who may
7-year-olds have
just
to do?
minimize things and leave the child feeling that they have to be on top of everything, which
I
can
made
really
chore
be
lists.
anxiety-inducing for a child.
But my parents didn't
The
give us
low-grade
chores.
narcissistic
I,
parent
Morgan's family
may
had
be
a chore list. I wanted
superficial
chore
in a
list.
manner that leaves
They said,
the
"No, you're
child
gonna break
feeling
stuff.
as though things are
You
slipping
gotta do
through
laundry,
the
you're gonna break the
cracks.
laundry machine.
And the
Yeah, mow the
parent's
lawn, you're gonna fucking cut your feet off.
egocentricity and sort of selfishness can mean that as long as the child's needs or interests are aligned with the parent's needs or wants, at those times the kid will get lots of attention.
Mhm.
And so if you have a low-grade narcissistic parent, you might sort of try to excel at the sport that the parent likes, or join the
But I'm
pageants
not a
that the
pitcher.
parent wants the
Can't
child
lose,
to join,
so
or pursue some attention-seeking activity and really try hard at it. I don't know, like performing of some
well,
kind,
with my dad,
so the
that came to
parent
every
will be
fucking game.
interested in that. If you have only one low-grade narcissistic
The only reason
parent
why my mom ever came
you
to my
may
games was to get
remember
drunk on the
your
fucking
other
beach with
parent
Colleen.
running in circles
Colleen
to
was
get
the one who
everything
fucking
done,
brought me to sign up
since
for
your
last time.
narcissistic parent didn't really
And I
do
was like
much of the heavy lifting.
15 or 16.
But your other parent
My
may
mom
have
wouldn't take
also
me.
made excuses for your low-grade narcissistic parent, which could add to your confusion. Now, having a parent like this means that you kind of grow out of them pretty
Bitch,
fast.
shut
It's sort of a frustrating, not very caregiving parent. You may feel a bit lost since your parent
It's your
isn't
own
helping
journey,
you
though,
navigate things, or
right?
you get really good at navigating them yourself. You may become
Oh,
a
you mean
bit
like
what we
parenting
call
my parent?
parentified. You actually become start taking more of a parental role,
Yeah.
having to step in to make sure younger siblings' needs are met,
No, to parent
or
my
that they
parent.
don't have the same struggles that you did.
So I said, my mom died
may find
and she
yourself
was
in the role of having to
reincarnated back into me.
reassure your narcissistic parent, or even having to be the
Yeah, we tell her
cheerleader
stop
for your
acting as a
low-grade
child, or
narcissistic parent,
fucking
or be there for your parent
treat you like
in
one.
the way that they should have actually been there for you. In essence, you spend a childhood and perhaps even a lifetime basically managing a relatively selfish parent. Because social media is new, this may not have been part of your childhood, because most of you are adults. But nowadays, a parent, a low-grade narcissistic parent, will often use their child
No,
as a social
like
media
fuck it out,
pawn
child. No,
and accessory, and put their children in all kinds of pictures and
not that I can
position
go. I
themselves
can
as
go
the
back to being
world's
adult.
most
I just don't
fun
want
and
to do it anymore.
attractive, hot, and loving parent. Now, we're about to find out in the next 10 to 20 years what happens to a generation of children who were basically supply-seeking tools for their narcissistic parents,
Hi.
who plastered them all over social media. for
Hello.
validation. As you go into adulthood,
No, it was just me
this
saying hi.
parent you
No,
might
no
find
one's here.
may
Okay.
want to be your best
Sorry.
friend,
False alarm.
over-involved in your life. You may find yourself at times having to babysit the parent. They may want to spend time with your friends and sort of be one of your gang, which can sort of feel boundary uncomfortable. And again, I keep coming back to this, the toxicity of this style isn't on par with more severe forms of narcissism, but rather it can feel like them having overly permeable boundaries and you experiencing a sort of low-grade exhaustion around their immaturity. Coping with a parent who has this low-grade narcissism like this can mean needing to have realistic expectations and recognizing that they will still sometimes hurt your feelings when you tell them that, or actually, you will have hurt their feelings when you tell them that you and your friends or your own family may be doing your own thing. These low grade narcissistic folks are very needy and they always want to be along for the ride. In the workplace, this style may not feel
Oh
toxic,
no, show this on me
just sort
first.
of ridiculous and attention seeking. But it may seem that people who are at this lower range of narcissism
The
are
only other
better at
time
the
that me and her
grandiose
almost got into a fist
grandstanding,
fight,
they're more political at
to
work,
this day she can't
and
tell
they
me
may
why.
expect other people to do the work and are happy to take the credit. They may also behave inappropriately in the workplace, which can include things like being sort of overly familiar with people, overly flirtatious, overly loud, overly boisterous. Bosses like this may be more concerned with how the brochure looks, even while the performance results are lackluster, and maintain a sort of college age
Really poor
environment
gets
in the
this sounds like
workplace,
7, so
which can diminish sort of the seriousness that the job may require and also mean that stuff
Maybe.
isn't getting done. This can mean that the more serious people in the workplace, once again, have to step up, be the grown ups, and take up the slack so that the low grade narcissistic baby people can be childish. Ultimately, the low grade narcissistic folks can be managed via realistic expectations, patience, a willingness, not always a
Oh
willingness,
no,
to
but
take up the
also
slack,
people
and
not
giving up in this
going behind
relationship
your
on any
back
kind of
to cater to
substantial
them.
depth, empathy, or intimacy. The question for you is whether that superficial level of engagement is sustainable. And I think everyone has a different feeling about that, which
Like
is
as
fine.
it's like
For many
an
people, it
abused
depends.
child,
A friendship,
but you don't
a
want them to
collegial
be like taken away
relationship
from
at
their
work or in
families.
school,
So it's like
even a
fucking
family relationship of
not
some
even close.
kind,
What's happening?
these are potentially sustainable with the low grade narcissist. They just may just be a little bit annoying. A long term intimate partnership is going to be a little bit more difficult, but it's definitely not going to be as impossible when we compare it to people with the higher levels of narcissism. So those of you who are with these folks who are sort of
Sorry.
superficial, needy, attention seeking, kind of feel like they're on an eternal sort of 16-year-old life or sometimes 10-year-old life, that's what this feels like. Definitely not as manipulative, definitely not as difficult.
Yeah.
Yes, it still qualifies under that sort of narcissism piece. But yeah, I hear
Because
you because I know
people
some
let her
of you
get
feel like,
away
my
with it.
experience isn't as bad as some of the stuff you talk about on this channel. But it still can leave you wondering, like, am I being moved by thinking this person's so annoying? Nah, they probably are.
Not that I
And
think
only
this is
you know
annoying.
whether you're going to be able to engage in the kind of
I
acceptance
just know
and
that she's
expectations
capable.
that allow a relationship like this to sustain. So,
And at a
you are being
point, it's a matter
manipulated,
of
and you're being
her
gaslighted,
choosing not
and you have a partner
to. And she
who can
will
dish
choose
it
not to
out,
if you give her
but they
the
sure as
choice.
heck
Like,
can't take
can't
feedback.
blame for that though.
Their empathy may be spotty, and they can be a bit of an ass in terms of how they treat other people
Yeah.
or talk about other people.
Ah.
But in this relationship
Woo.
you have with this person, there are actually some good days. This person does the right thing sometimes. They
Yeah.
might even sometimes even help out people that
Mhm.
both of you know.
Oh no,
Sometimes
no,
if you're
no, no.
co-parenting
She's
with this
super giving.
person,
She's a
they're
huge
actually
empath. I
an
did not know
involved
you
and
could be
somewhat
both.
attentive parent. Certainly not a perfect parent, but they sometimes get it right. Behind closed doors, this person may be cruel, but other people, when they're in public, think they're a great person, especially
My grandpa.
if they only see this person in short doses. There are enough good days to confuse you and enough bad days to break your
Not
heart.
one person had one bad thing to
Any
say
of
about
you
him ever.
resonate with this situation? Because if so, you may be dealing with
A psychopath.
the mid-range narcissist. Now, this sort of middle-range narcissism is the form of narcissism that most of us are dealing with in our lives. It's not the annoying, at times needy, immature, but sort of general kind of cotton candy froth of the low-grade narcissist. It's also not the coercive terror of the malignant narcissist. It's this idea of enough good days to keep you in, but enough bad days to harm your mental health and leave you feeling really confused. Now, depending on how the people around you have to interact with the mid-range narcissists that happen to be in your life, you may also have the added issue that some people may see what it is you're up against while other people around you don't. So this series takes on the continuum of narcissism: low, mid, and high range narcissism. Lots of times people will say, really, that's what a narcissist is? That's not what I'm going through, especially if you're sort of comparing a low range to a high range, or even a mid range to a high range narcissist. So I hope that this series gives you some clarity. And if you do end up finding this video helpful, please feel free to give this video a thumbs up and subscribe. You know what? I do need the validation too, just a little bit.
Yeah.
It really helps this
Not
channel
validation.
reach other people who might not know about it. And
It's your
we know that the
business
best
at
way to
this
stop
point.
enabling is to get as many people to know about narcissism. And also, please don't forget to click that bell to be notified, because I upload new content daily. Just sort of a reminder to make
Holy
sure that you're
fuck.
always informed about narcissism, so it
Like,
doesn't
when did
sneak up on you.
this happen?
So, in this idea of the mid-range narcissist, let's break this down, okay? Because this is the middle, but this is what most of us struggle with. This is the narcissistic person who, more often than not, may come just under the threshold of what people in the mental health field would consider narcissistic personality disorder. Now, I think I've made it pretty clear on this channel. You know my feelings on this diagnosis. I am not a fan. I don't even think narcissistic personality disorder should be a thing. I'll talk about that in a future video. But frankly, this mid-range narcissist, if they sat in a therapist's office, it's almost a coin flip on whether they would be called out as having that particular personality disorder. The mid-range narcissist has all the stuff of narcissism, but it can be a bit of a mixed bag. They will have variable to low empathy. More often than not, they will not have empathy. And so in this kind of a relationship, you will regularly feel hurt or unseen or unheard. But every so often, you will have the sort of happy empathy coincidence. It's often observed in narcissistic relationships. And what I mean by that is their good day, just by luck, just by coincidence, happens to align with your good day. And then you feel seen and heard. But it's not because they're being empathic. It's because it was kind of just a coincidence, an alignment. Or they will deploy their empathy in a transactional way to get something that they need from you or someone else. I don't know if that's empathy. That seems more like manipulation. But people get confused by the mid-range narcissists because they will also sometimes cry at the
Because I don't
movies
think
or
she
at bad
does
news.
it with the
So it
intention
feels like
of
there's
being
empathy. At least they're empathic
manipulative.
with the characters in the movie, right?
But
So
when
please,
she
I would love
does
for you to
do
drop a
it, she
comment
knows
if
that it
happy
is a
empathy
manipulation.
coincidences
But
and sort
I
of
grew
the
up being told that
manipulative faux empathy
it's
ever
not-
confused things for you in your narcissistic
it's not a bad
relationship.
thing if it benefits
Now,
somebody, or
The
like if nobody
entitlement in
gets
these
affected or
relationships
hurt by
and
it.
narcissism
It's
mid-range
fine.
should be consistent.
You need
But
to,
they
you
may
need
have
something, you
just
get what you
enough
want.
insight to
So
know when
You
they
can
are
manipulate
being a
people,
jerk.
but
And then they still
don't do it in a malicious
The
way. which is
validation
just
and the
not true.
admiration seeking in the
Like-
mid-range narcissist will also be pretty consistent, either in how they
You should never
talk
be
about
trying to
themselves, like,
manipulate
I'm a
people's
really great
decision
guy,
making.
aren't I? They really do
Ever.
say that out loud. I swear to you, they do. Or in getting
Even if
frustrated
it means
when they
like no one got
don't
hurt,
feel like
nobody
they are
wanted,
getting
nobody
enough
even knew they were being
admiration,
manipulated.
and
Like it doesn't matter.
frequently doing
Never.
anything they can to get as much admiration as possible. Now, in the mid-range narcissistic person, there will definitely be arrogance. It may not be that sort of scary, menacing arrogance, like nobody ever gets anything by me. You just better
It
watch
was
out.
one of my
But it's more
borderline problems
jerky
where I'd be manipulative. I'm like, I'm not
There
manipulative.
may be a rather controlling
was.
style, but it's not scary.
I just thought it was
stalker
manipulative
controlling.
that
But it
wasn't
may
bad.
be that they're controlling about any number of things like finances, children's schedules, workplace schedules, how the holidays have to be,
Like,
whatever
especially
the
if it means that,
vacations have
that
to
shit
be. Like they're
was gonna
very
get done,
controlling about that. They will be incredibly sensitive to any kind of
which is just
criticism.
not true. Like,
They'll be they tend to blame other
No
people
one likes
when
being
they themselves do something wrong. They shift the blame. There's a fair amount of self-victimization, this idea that people just have it in for me, don't they? Or why can't I ever get a break? How come things always work out for everyone else?
Fucker! Where the fuck did you go, bitch? Oh, I know you're still fucking in here. What the fuck? What the fuck? Where are you bleeding from? I don't know where this blood is coming from, but I'm bleeding from somewhere. Yeah, not the place that. Oh, right there. Okay. Interesting. Shit. Oh. This way, you fucking playing dead somewhere. Shit, I do.
You'll definitely see that in the mid-range narcissist.
Fucking asshole. Hate you. Fuck, I hate tear flies. I hate fucking flies. I hate all bugs. Mm, mm. Oh, good fucking good. Come on. Mm. I see a fucking fly in here. I will fucking enjoy it. Owie. Ow. That's fucking nasty. Fuck. Fuck. Fucking fuck. Bitch. Fuck. Owie, owie, ow. Fucking piece of shit. Kill the fuck out of that motherfucker. Oh my god. Okay. Breaking news. Cruise cabinet implodes. Oh, again? No longer breaking news there, bud. Okay. Oh my god, really? Like, what the fuck? Hmm. See, why can't I